100,000 Americans have beaten diabetes thanks to a simple home method presented by Dr. Oz. Experts say that this method is...
We've seen more terrible scenes where people kill their demonstrators, but they call themselves Democrats, and we're called Perseus. If that's democracy, I repeat, we don't want this democracy.
Ibrahim Traore, the president of Burkina Faso, is right. People can't seriously be giving a pass to dictators just because they are not wearing uniforms. But they do worse than military men, people who actually came to power through a revolution. It doesn't make any sense. It is happening in Kenya, it is happening in Nigeria. In Kenya, during the massive protests there, they've continued to disappear many people up to today. In Nigeria, it happened during the August End Bad Governance protest. They killed a lot of people. They even went as low as arresting young people, teenagers that are not up to 15 years. They arrested them, detained them for more than 3 months, and still had the audacity to charge them for treason. You can imagine how low they can go just to protect themselves, just to prevent people from criticizing them. They no longer tolerate any sort of dissent. Free speech, that is a hallmark of any democracy, no longer exists. People who say anything, especially on social media or any media for that matter, are hounded, arrested, and put to trial. Where is the free speech? Even if someone is truly defamed, why not allow that person to approach a civil court to lay claims? They've turned free speech to a criminal matter, arresting people and charging them in different jurisdictions. It doesn't matter where the so-called defamation happened. It might happen in the Deep South, in Port Harcourt, in Lagos, anywhere in the South, but they will arrest that person, fly the person to Abuja, and charge him to court. In some cases, they even arrest relatives of the person and hold the person till the person they want is produced. That's how low they have sunk. They never had any level in the first place, not to talk of sinking. So the hypocrisy stinks to high heavens. There are rules and regulations in a democracy. When the main operators, the people in power, don't ever abide by these rules, it makes a mess of the whole system. They only hold the opposition to account. It is the only opposition that are forced to go by the rules of a democracy. People in power are always above the law. They don't give a damn. All they care about is protecting their interest, and that their interest is maintaining power, and that their interest of being in power overrides the national interest. In a democracy, especially the one Nigeria operates, there are 3 branches of government. But when they somehow start behaving as if they become one branch, that all of them are under the executive, it is expected that the National Assembly, which is the legislative branch, must hold the executive branch to account. They must conduct all sorts of investigations, oversight functions to make sure that everything they are doing conforms with what they passed in law, especially budgets. Now, if they fail to do this job, that's democracy already failing. And we're going to talk about the 3rd branch of government, which is the judiciary. They are supposed to interpret all laws that the National Assembly passed, not just the National Assembly, all laws that exist since the founding of Nigeria. They're supposed to interpret them to the letter. If they fail in all these their duties, that's democracy failing. So where is the average person supposed to run to? Where democracy or rule of law or justice have failed completely? Going by what is happening in Nigeria, especially the past few months, it seems that people don't really care. They are not rigid about the type of government the country operates, whether it's military rule or the so-called democracy. They just want good governance. They want to live the good life like their counterparts in other countries. This is because of what happened during the End Bad Governance protests. People openly called on the military to take over power. Yes. You could see the frustration. People didn't really care about the fact that these are military boys who have a tendency to be dictatorial, to lock up people and intimidate and harm people. They didn't just care. They were simply tired of all the sufferings coming from politicians, people that are civilians, people that should understand human feelings, not like military men who are only focused on the order. The last order, they will obey that one. So that frustration pushed people to call on the military to take over power. It means that they are not actually rigid about the type of government that the country runs. What they care about is simply good governance. Who wouldn't like the good life? After all, in Nigeria, the greater part of the last 40 years, the good life Nigerians have enjoyed have always come under the military regimes. Yes, throughout the 80s and the greater part of 90s, Nigeria was under military regimes. And the good life was there. There wasn't massive inflation. Life was easy, despite the fact that Nigerians suffered the military dictatorship. Now, compare that to democracy, which started in 1999 after the military left power. Under the Fourth Republic, Nigerians last enjoyed the good life more than a decade ago, most especially under Obasanjo's first and second terms. Under Obasanjo's administration, primary school teachers could buy a car. Yes, it's an imported used car, but at least they could be able to buy it just by saving their salaries for a few months. You can understand how Nigerians were living the good life at the time. Compare that to now. Even bankers will struggle to buy an imported used car, not to talk of brand new car they used to buy under Obasanjo's administration. So you can understand the economic decline. That's why the average person is disillusioned. They're asking the question, what's the benefit of the so-called democracy?
Guys, I'm about to cash a check for $180,000 and get my entire car loan paid off. I'm getting all of.
Many people go to bed hungry. They're not sure where their next meal will come from. That's why they keep asking the question, what's the role of the government? Isn't the government supposed to make sure that people don't go to bed hungry? Isn't the government supposed to make sure at least the purchasing power is up there like it used to be under the military regimes and under Olusegun Obasanjo? More people today in Nigeria call for a dissolution of the country like never before. This is because they no longer believe in the so-called democracy. They no longer believe that the system is working, that the system is made to work for a few people, not for the masses. That's why there is growing resentment for the West in Africa, because Western leaders continue to support dictators just because they are under the so-called democracy. They would never, in the wildest dreams, sanction them, but they wouldn't blink an eye to sanction a military regime because they can't control military regimes. Any military regime you see in bed with the West, they are not under their sanctions. It means they are working together. But that's not the case in most African countries, especially in Western Africa, in the Sahel, where they have pulled away from ECOWAS. This leads many people to make the comparison. The hypocrisy is there for everyone to see. In the 90s, Nigeria was under heavy sanctions from the West, just because military dictator Sani Abacha was in charge. But the average Nigerian didn't feel the sanction because of what? The country was working, the economy was relatively stable, the exchange rate was stable, there was virtually no inflation, everything was working out. But compare that to today, like already said, it is completely the opposite. So many people are thinking this is the government that actually deserves sanctions because they have abused so many human rights. They have gone so far that even military men will shudder at what they've done, but not even a condemnation, dress down, or sanctions are coming from the West. They are all mute because maybe the people are actually their puppets. They play by their rules. They do whatever they want them to do in their countries. So they wouldn't give a damn what is happening. All they care about is the control. They want someone there to be someone that they can control. Unlike military regimes that are very hard to control. The military boys don't care who you are. They just obey their last order, especially military boys that came to power through a revolution. Not the types that Nigeria used to have. They were envious of the politicians. They took over power because they were not the ones stealing the money. They were envious of the fact that, hey, look at how these people are enjoying the money, stealing the treasury dry, siphoning and laundering money abroad. They took over and continued where the politicians stopped. So they never brought anything revolutionary to power. It was merely a continuation of affairs. Same thing the politicians were doing, they continued the same thing and even made it worse. This is the main reason why people are losing faith in the so-called democracy. And like Ibrahim Traore said, they are working on a democratic transition in Burkina Faso, but it will be based on African justice system that they can control, not what foreigners or other people can control. Thanks for watching.
If your AC unit is more than 5 years old, you could.
That I will be faithful as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, and the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, that I will perform my functions honestly, that I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability.
Honorable Lasbat Miranda, the new Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly, taking her oath of office after the sudden impeachment of the former Speaker Mudashiru Obasa. According to the House, Mudashiru Obasa was impeached following fraud allegations running into several billions of naira. Remember, a few days ago, it was announced that Obasa approved the sum of 43.5 billion naira to be used to buy backup vehicles for the honorable members of the Lagos State House of Assembly. This amount is also part of the more than 90 billion naira Obasa and the lawmakers have drawn from the state treasury from January 2023 to around September 2023. All these are coming after Obasa announced his intention to run for governor, or rather, his qualification to run for the office of the governor, after people started openly campaigning for Seyi Tinubu to become the governor. Seyi Tinubu is Tinubu's son. So it looks like Lagos governorship election in 2027 has started in earnest. Politicians are already aligning and jostling for position ahead of the election, but it seems under the APC, it will be between Seyi Tinubu and Femi Gbajabiamila. Of course, Tinubu is the ultimate decider. He will decide who will be on the ticket of the APC. It is now left for the masses, Lagos residents, to decide. That's if their votes are going to count in 2027. Anyway, we'll update you while we get more reports. Thanks for watching.
And our former governor of Kano State, Ibrahim Shekarau, is leading the northern elite to woo southern bigwigs for an alliance ahead of 2027 general elections. Shekarau, who is a leader of the League of Northern Democrats, had been discussing coalitions with political leaders in the Southwest, Southeast, and South-South. The convener of the League of Northern Democrats, Dr. Umaru Ado, had on January 5 declared the group's readiness to transform into a political party, citing the need to create a unified and credible national political platform. According to Ado, the League of Northern Democrats plans to transform into the League of National Democrats to provide Nigerians with a viable alternative for leadership and governance. Reports say former President Olusegun Obasanjo and ex-head of state Yakubu Gowon are among supporters of the group. And now let's have a discussion on some of these issues with Dr. Sam Amadi, who is the director, Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. Thank you so much for joining us, and Happy New Year, and welcome back.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Well, I mean, the political dynamics in Nigeria is shifting gradually, and of course, you just heard it with the, plan by the League of Northern Democrats to transform into a political party. That's when. But the question is the fact that they are leading. I mean, the conversations really is the fact that they are leading efforts to forge alliances within the southern political leader. So there are two questions first. The first one is that what do you think is motivating this push, for collaboration across regional lines? And of course, will I say, yes, regional lines and interest. And second is that how significant is this development ahead of 2027 general elections?
Well, I think the common the wisdom for any political pundit is that any effort to remove the incumbent, the ruling party, from power has to be a national a national coalition. It must be not regional. And again, learning from how APC dislodged the PDP. The PDP has been the most national of all Nigerian parties, arguably, since 1999. So it had power for 60 years partly because of its national outlook. And therefore could win election in what we can call Nigerian terms swing states, but borrowing the American lexicon. And so if you really want to, then APC won also by creating somewhat of a merger between what appeared like a regional party, APP, and then ANPP, and then later Buhari's CPC.
Right.
And then, of course, the Tinubu's party has always been more like a Southwest phenomenon. And so that merger with ACN, that merger with a rump of what they called New PDP, Atiku Abubakar, Mechi, and then Rochas with ABGA, created a national platform to challenge a national party and defeat it. So that's the wisdom. I think what's driving it now is the fact that it looks like Tinubu APC is vulnerable, clearly. In 2023, APC ought to lose election on account of the performance of Buhari. If you look at the election, if you win 8 years is enough to always to be kicked out of power.
Right.
If you're strong, you could maintain additional year. But usually, once the president, the incumbent, is no longer supervising the election, the chances of defeating the ruling party are stronger. And the opposition lost that opportunity in 2023, partly because it was balkanized, and partly because perhaps how the elections were managed. With allegation, of course, Labour Party will always claim they won the election, actual votes, even though they're not returned. Now, the ruling party, 8 years of Buhari becomes a burden. 4 years, you see, when you're an incumbent, you risk losing the election because every headwind, every bad economic situation is your fault. So it doesn't matter whether you're working hard. So whether you like it or not, if things are not looking well, whether inflation, whether income, devaluation, poverty, insecurity, the ruling party takes a hit. So this ruling party is actually in a position to lose election. But it doesn't happen as a default. It don't just lose election. So you need to build that coalition.
Right.
And so what's happening now is saying, look, this is vulnerable. This is a moment to win. But then you have to look at the electoral map in Nigeria and say, what kind of coalition do you need to couple together? And we've seen major talks going on between the whatever faction of PDP that exists and P2B and Kwakwanzo, meetings here and there. Now, this new initiative, not just about the P2B and Atiku now, or even without them, it consists of some significant northern politicians who are reaching out to the south. From the reports we're getting, they seem to be receiving encouraging, support, or at least indications that it's possible to, contract a national platform to fight the ruling party. Three things will come up. One is a new party. How are you going to register the party? PDP allowed APC to be registered. I mean, where PDP was liberal, Jonathan was quite liberal. Are you going to have the ruling party bloc play hardball to stop a new party, a merger like we had with APC happen? That's one option. Are you going to see people pick up existing party and infuse into existing party, maybe change the name later, which is easier than registration? Are you going to see a merger of existing parties? So those options are up in the air. But what is clear is that 2027 is coming so soon. The reverse, this downside of it is that we are at a terrible time in terms of governance outcome, that you would want the ruling party to pay more attention to governance. But these moves will force them to play more politics. So we're going to be seeing from now, maybe for this first quarter, intensification of politics on both sides of the ruling party, of the opposition. And the first victim is governance. It doesn't seem like they can chew gum and walk. It doesn't seem like, the ruling party and the government can play big all-out politics and also sustain all-out governance. So that balance is what we're going to watch at, whether as they're drawn out in the months to come, to be more political, to get into the field, and to try to disrupt these, coalition forces. Do they have enough bandwidth, enough reserve team that will be carefully paying attention to the economy and security challenges we have? So far, these crises are compounded, and then the team they have on ground looks like weak, and then to now deplete it to politics is what some of us will say, okay, you know what, maybe good governance has ended. We're going to enter into campaigns on 2027, and that will not leave the economy well.
I mean, if you look at Nigeria's political system has often been criticized for fostering unity and ethnic politics, and which is anchored on interest, basically. And so do you think that the emergence of groups like the League of Northern Democrats now could genuinely promote a pan-Nigerian agenda? Because that's the essence of alliance, and that's what people want to see. But do you think they have what it takes to form a genuine pan-Nigerian agenda that cuts across, ethnicity, tribes, religion, and of course, political
I think those mentioned have that credibility and reach to, bring in across ethnic group. By the way, let's not exaggerate the ethnic character of Nigerian politics. Maybe the ethnic character of voting. Nigerian politics has been pan-Nigerian significantly. The question is it ideologically patriotic? So PDP, look at PDP. It's all Nigerian platform. Right. People can argue it's a all Nigerian platform in disarray. Right. What's the interest? So I agree that what they are doing, if they're able, like people are just moving from Northern Nigerian League of Northern Democrats to maybe, as a person just reported to have suggested to them, National League of Democrats. The key point here is you can't win with overtly ethnic or regional based party
alliances
platform.
Have to be
fair. You have to have a national outlook. But then the question is, isn't just national in politics, will it be national in governance?
That's a great question. But then, why the league is also making efforts here to bridge the gaps and forge alliances across the South, particularly, the Southeast, came into conversation. But the Southeast at the moment appears to be grappling with internal divisions with two factions of Ohanaeze, one led by Mbata, and of course, the Okuko in Port Harcourt. And so how do you interpret this development and what the political implications is for the region as well?
Oh, sure. First, that factionalization is not new to Nigerian cultural political.
But it will seem this is the first time we're seeing this division within the Ohanaeze.
Yes, but don't forget that
which are supposed to be putting one from the strong.
No, don't forget that there's a group that calls themselves Ohanaeze, led by one other character.
Right.
But this is the real Ohanaeze. That's number two. This is what's going to happen. Uche Okuko, who is our comrade, very strong comrade from way back in universities and our struggle, who has been a committed core Igbo leader, and of course has been secretary of Ohanaeze under former chairman Wodo, President Wodo. His group claim to have held their own in Port Harcourt. But what is clear from all the optics is that the leadership of Ohanaeze from Iwanyanwu that passed on to the acting president, Osichukwu, held that election in Enugu. And so there's really no faction in my view. Senator Mbata is the Ohanaeze president. Of course, Ohanaeze had the problem of either a group of people splitting off and maybe not happy with the pro-establishment politics of the main platform. They try to go their way, but really this is not a big deal. I would have loved Uche to be president because of his passion for Ohanaeze and Igbo, for the Igbo struggle. But look, those who make decisions, the delegates who vote, look at the network, look at other issues. So in my view, now the implication politically, look, Ohanaeze has been, interestingly, whenever it's an election year and Ohanaeze is in, Ohanaeze gets enmeshed in a crisis. The crisis is that the leading political factors would now like to woo Ohanaeze, who will capture Ohanaeze. And so the political battle now will be, don't forget that Hope Uzodimma, the governor of Southeast Governors Forum, is the chairman, he's a leading APC light, he's actively involved in, the governors have basically captured the Ohanaeze platform. And part of what some of us are arguing for is to retrieve that platform from the governors. The governors are influential, they will remain, but it shouldn't be like a department of the governors. And so what we're going to see build up is how much will Ohanaeze internal politics play into the dialectics of the larger 2027 presidential politics. Are we going to see what we saw under Jonathan when some, there was effort to capture Haneze for the president, for President Jonathan, and some go push back? Are we going to see what we saw when Buhari tried to engage Haneze and was blocked? And Haneze, of course, supported Atiku Abubakar. Are we going to see a neutral Haneze that's going to say, you know what, let's focus on strategic interests of the Igbo nation. And that interest might be an interest that's congruent with democratization, free and fair election. So it's watch out for how this, but obviously be assured that the political marauders, if you like, and the contenders and the and the leading lights of politics in this country, 27, are going to look at Haneze. In fact, the election of Haneze president so far is also a mini political contestation within the larger context. So you're going to see that how Haneze moves in the years to come will also be determined largely by what kind of politics Haneze plays and how the forces, impact on our internal process.
All right. Let's quickly wrap it up with this. Give us your predictions with how these developments will shape, the political landscape ahead of 2027 general election. That's one. And secondly, we're seeing the likes. I mean, according to this report, that the head of state, Igwe and of course, former President Olusegun Obasanjo are also throwing their weight behind the League of Northern Democrats in this coalition. I mean, in these alliances as well. So, how crucial do you think their backing is for credibility and acceptance?
I think Obasanjo is a usual culprit or usual suspect in this matter because he's going to play key role. Always had. Go what I'm surprised. I mean, if he gave that advice, I don't think he'll play open game, and he hasn't got too much political weight to throw around politically. But again, prediction. I think that we're going to see an effort to try to stop Tinubu through a pan-Nigerian approach. The question is, would there be a merger? Would the personal interests of the major contenders really allow them to serve a larger strategic interest to come together? I have my doubts as to what the nature of coming together will look like. I think the puzzle here remains what would P2 be. Now, this is a certain president, Tinubu, within the Nigeria convention. I think that maybe 8 years is for one zone, then it switches off. So how are we going to swing back to the north? Or are we going to get back to the south for 4 years? We'll have Tinubu for 4 years. So that trade-off, the big question, the big elephant will be, should we, what do we do with Mr. Pito? Because he has some control over what happens at the end. But my prediction is that maybe they will fail to come together.
Dr. Sam Amadi is a director of Abuja School of Social and Political Thought. Thank you for your insightful analysis.
Didn't think.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. Good evening. Good morning. Good afternoon, wherever you are. Misty, I see you, sis. Thank you so much for stopping by. Greetings to everyone. No. Hey, Muda Shiru Obasa. Muda Shiru Obasa has been impeached. This man, Muda Shiru, was the one that they used to remove Ambode. They set him over Ambode. Now it's his turn. Who the hell does he think he is? You want to be contesting with the president's son. You don't know you people are in a monarchical system now. You want to be running for governorship in Lagos as your Lord and Master's son. Hey, you even had the audacity to come out and say you are not like Tinubu, you are not like Ambode, you are not like somebody else. Yeah? Una go learn. All of us they learn. Look at all the people that ran with T-Pain during the election that were abusing people, being bigoted, extremely bigoted to people, mean to people, harassing people because they did not vote Tinubu. Where is your where is your power now? You people have voted, you have put in Olumorok. You people don't have mouth. Now he's silencing all of you. My people, now welcome. Oh. In case you don't know, that's what brought me out here today. I did not have plan of coming. I say, what? Mudashiru Abasa, if you know what this man did during this last election, if you know the kasala when this man caused during this last election, they were the ones. I think he's even a magistrate or a judge somewhere. Eh? They said Mudashiru Abasa disrespected as T-Pain for saying that he wasn't better than him. And he even mentioned Sanwo-Olu and Fashola as well, indicating that they all went special and he could easily replace any of them as Lagos State governor. Obasa has just been impeached as the Lagos State Speaker of the House of Assembly this morning. God bless every member of that house. People are saying, Obasa, you know where the bodies are buried. Please show us. This thing is sweeting me. They impeach him for gross misconduct. You want to go against your Lord and Savior. Okay. You people want to go against. Maybe they were crying in Lagos. Oh, we don't want to vote for Chinedu. Chinedu is not Yoruba. His mother is not Yoruba. We can't vote him. And he doesn't speak Yoruba fluently. He even married an Igbo woman. Okay, go and tell Tinubu's son that one now. Tinubu's son is married to an Igbo woman. Okay? Go and fight with Tinubu's son. Let's see you people. Your people say you have sharp mouth. Go and fight now. We are waiting. We not go fight. You don't have to fight. You have to tussle. We not like to tussle. Meanwhile, when I don't say Nigeria, when I T-Pain government, they count illegal activity for GDP. So if you do drugs, you be sex worker. You are not included in the calculation. This is where we have gotten to in Nigeria, my people. Is this what you people want? You say you want one new Nigeria. How are you going to get the new Nigeria with this one? Okay, me, I'm here to come and shout. That's all I came for. In case you think you are doubting me, let me play the video for you people. Maybe you people have heard it too, maybe you have not, but let me bring it here so that you people will see. Oh, first of all, let's listen to the video of INEC. Somebody came and said they must decentralize. Voters should be allowed to vote NIN or driver's license. When I hear with they, I think I can play that video. Now that one is interesting part. Now that one, then I will bring the other videos out. Oh, Nigeria.
We're now being joined for that promised conversation around the intensifying call for an urgent electoral reform in Nigeria by Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce, a top-ranking member of the People's Democratic Party. Good morning, Dr. Pierce. Good to have you join us.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning, show today. Happy New Year to you too. All right, let's dive straight into it. It's not 2027 yet. It's not even a midterm, area yet. But the calls for a better electoral system is intensifying. I will imagine maybe that has to do with, the fact that politics is heating up as we inch closer to a 2-year report card of the current administration. Why do you think that these calls are important at this time? At the heart of it is the yet to be implemented Justice Uwe's panel's report on electoral reforms in Nigeria. What are your personal thoughts, and will these thoughts reflect what the PDP is thinking?
That's why blood sugar increases and the feet burn. Did you know that type 2 is a completely
in fact, I'm very grateful, and I think the whole country will be grateful to you for addressing this issue now. It's always been a concern of anybody who wants betterment of Nigeria, good governance, that our electoral system is efficient and credible. It has not been since this new dispensation of democracy since 1999. No election has been quite credible. The electoral system symbolized, represented by INEC, is a very faulty system. Because in a situation where you have a president of a country who is a politician seeking re-election or election, being the one appointing the INEC chairman and the INEC commissioners, evidently, it is self-evident that the system cannot be free and cannot be fair. There's always been a concern. I was looking through my papers as I got prepared to come here. I remember in 2022, as we were getting close to the 2023 elections, we had a press conference addressing this issue with INEC. Before that election, we were looking at what happened before the 2019 election. There were 1.3 million uncollected PVCs in Lagos State alone. Then people were saying, voters were saying, so many of us have not even received our voter's card. That's not to say the ones that were not collected. Some have not even been given. So 4 million people registered online and offline, and they were expecting their PVCs. 6 months before the election, 3 months before the election, only 1% of those people had their PVCs. So the system is totally broken. This last 2023 election, only 31% of the votes came in, and INEC announced a winner. I mean, it's obvious there's a serious problem. And the problem, so the government itself is not credible because the election that brought the government into place is not credible.
You said only 31% of the votes came in?
Yeah.
Or only 31% of the population of the registered voters voted?
No. Only 31% of the votes had come in to INEC when INEC announced. So that's why Atiku challenged it, Obi challenged it, everybody challenged the result. I know what is going on. Something happened in INEC. Now, regarding the issue of voter apathy, Nigerians do not see a reason to vote. In the 2023 election, 90 million people registered to vote. Only 26 million people voted in a country of 90 million. So we're talking about less than 30%. In the Edo election, the off-term election, only 22.4% of registered voters voted. In Ondo, it was about the same percentage. People do not see a reason to vote. The system does not even allow you to vote. So it's all broken.
Are we sure those registrations are real? Because if that has been the pattern, what will make people who are not interested in voting, what will make them keep going to register? So what the argument of other people is that maybe the so-called 90 million in 2023 or the more than 70% in Edo and Ondo who didn't appear to vote were actually not real.
Well, look, whatever be the case, what is real and what is not real, the fact remains that there is voter apathy because the people assume when you talk to people, they tell you they say it's already counted. We know they've already decided who's going to win. So most people don't bother to vote. Most people who vote now are registered members of parties, not citizens in general. So people register to vote. But the voting process itself is so difficult that, there's so many problems with INEC, so many. In the short term, what I would recommend is
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that's how I got.
INEC must be decentralized. Production of voters' card must be decentralized so that in every state they can produce voters' card for their people. Everything cannot come from Abuja. By the way, what is wrong with INEC is what is wrong with Nigerian governance. This is why we keep talking about decentralization, restructuring, so that we can devolve power to the states. You cannot put everything in INEC. That is why it cannot function. It will not work. And then you talk about people who are going to register as if this is the only country where people vote. 300 million people in America vote. In India, it was more like 900 million, something like that. You have to refine the system so that people can actually participate. Most people now will not get their PVC. You go to, I can tell you from my own personal experience, in 2015, before I got my PVC, I was on a channel such as this when INEC announced that Dr. Pierce, your brother has picked your PVC, because I was complaining. I was complaining all the time because I tried and tried to get my PVC. They wouldn't give it to me. And then they gave me a temporary PVC in 2015. In 2019, I voted with the temporary PVC. Come 2023, they say I cannot vote with the temporary PVC. Now to get this permanent PVC, I went to INEC like 5-6 times. It was unbelievable. Can you imagine somebody who has to go to work? Or who has to go to school or whatever?
Did you succeed in getting it
Well,
eventually?
you won't get it. Did you get
yours?
I got it eventually. I got it eventually, and that was because I had retired at the point, and I had time to keep going back to INEC. It was unbelievable, unbelievable. So in the short run, we need to diversify INEC so that people can get their PVC easily. Also, registration to vote should not be by this PVC. If you can identify yourself with a driver's license or with NIN or something like that, make it simple so that people can actually participate and exercise their right, their democratic rights in the short run.
In the short run. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce. I mean, one cannot underestimate, or sorry, overestimate the role and the responsibility of INEC in all of this. I want to talk about technology, especially with our focus on technology being a game changer, or was supposed to be a game changer in the 2023 elections with the introduction of BVAS and the IRF systems. However, it still seems as if these innovations didn't work. It faced criticism for operational failures. Should we rethink our reliance on technology, or is it a question of better implementation and accountability? And then also, a lot of people talk about the timing, because it seems as if with the PVC registration, we wait until about a month or 6 months and then we start running helter-skelter. When we have 4 years to plan for it, is it also a problem of time management as well?
Well, there are two different things you're saying. First, the question of time management so that you can get your PVC. You know, I've said short term, I should include it in the short-term solution. We should give out the PVCs now. Don't wait. In fact, 6 months before we found out that 6 months before the election, it's too late to get your PVC. Because at that point in time, INEC is focused on the election coming. 6 months. So we need to get the PVC long before. But more importantly, in the short term, we also need to be able to get the PVC without having to go to register with, for the PVC. You should be able to use other IDs to get it. Now, on the question of technology, I always say this when I come on your show, that I lived in the US for 25 years, participated in elections, even ran for Congress myself in 2004. I know how the system works. Every country has challenges. Everybody. You just have to find solutions. If something doesn't work, forget about it. I see Yakubu is now saying that he wants 150 billion. instead of 40
not 40 billion.
This is a man who should be in jail now. For what he has done in 2019, what he's done in 2023, the whole thing is a sham. What is he using the money for? The technology does not work. It does not work, and it's not totally unnecessary. America, with all its technology, do you know how you vote?
Yeah, but that's the distinction that I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Is it because you're saying technology doesn't work? Is it that it doesn't work, or is it that the people behind it who are supposed to be in a supervisory role, for example, uploading the results, because that was one of the things that a lot of Nigerians were perplexed about in the 2023 elections. We should be able to see these results live as the votes are being counted.
Look, again, these two different things. They kind of converge. First, the question of electoral integrity. Integrity on the part of those who conduct the election.
Did you know Amazon has a $50 million fund they have to pay out every month? And here's how you can get a piece.
When you go to vote, the results that come out of the voting poll, the voting booth, should be taken directly to the center where you put it all together, collation center.
Yeah.
What happened in Edo is a good example of the problem you're talking about. Some results came out of the polling units. By the time the results got to the collation center, the INEC officials at the collation center who have been compromised, they changed the whole result. So it's all fraudulent. So that's the human factor. That's a problem. But you see, technology is only as good as what the humans make it. That is why no technology in Nigeria would work until we get the proper type of technology. That's why I want to use the example of the United States. And you know, and I know, that if you're talking about corruption and complexity in terms of forgery and so on, nobody can beat the United States. We are just babies here in Nigeria. So the only way they get it right in the United States is because they do what is right to make sure that people obey the law. That's all. It's law enforcement. The technology here is too convoluted, is too complex, and it is meant to deceive and to cheat. Therefore, we don't need all that technology. In the United States, how do you vote? There's one machine. Maybe it's changed now. I've been here over 10 years now. But in those days, you have a machine, one machine. You go into the polling booth. By the way, how do they check you to go and vote? You come with your ID, picture ID that has your address on it, has your face on it, your name on it. You show it, they look at the file, the register, it's there, it matches, that's all. That's all. So go and look for PVC, go to heaven to look for PVC, forget about it.
All right.
Now, so once you get in the polling booth, there's this machine, voting machine, and we use it to train people before election in the US. In the machine is the names of the candidates. This is when you're talking about general election. So for president, this. For Senate, this. So when you get in, after you've been cleared easily, without any problem, you go in, you pull the lever down, and all of the candidates' name will show. And then you press
your
choice. When you finish, you pull the lever up, it's recorded in the machine. That machine transmits it. If you put something now on your computer, can't you send it to your people in Abuja right away? That's all you have to do. So
nanoseconds, is there?
So that's what they do in the United States. Now, the hard copy is also from the machine. They print it out, put it in an envelope, give it. By that time that the hard copy is being put in there, it's already at the collation center, right? Since you entered it, it's gone to the collation center. The hard copy is now given to a policeman who takes it to the collation center? That is just to correlate the hard copy with the printed copy. Yes. That's all.
All right.
Why can't we do something similar here? When I look at Yakub, it just amazes me how a man can be so shameless, continue to fail and embarrass himself and everybody, and say he wants more money. National Assembly will be guilty of crime against humanity if they allow this man to continue. But a lot of things happen because the people at the top themselves want it to be that way. Again, if the president, and I'm not talking about just Tinubu now, any president, one of the reasons why I support Atiku was because he agreed that if he was president, he would separate himself from the appointment of National INEC chairman.
As recommended by the Waste Report, which is where
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to back. I mean, as you know, it's a huge report, 254 page. You know, but it's been 20 years. You know, since sorry, how many years? 18, about 18 years or so since Yaradua. Nothing has been done. You have proposed a few short-term changes. Many of them are contained in the US report. And I'd like to mention 3 key ones so that you can quickly respond to them as to what you will want this administration to do because they are in government. Part of the proposition was that there should be a single day for state and National Assembly elections. And it should come 2 years after the presidential election so that you don't appoint the president and the lawmakers at the same time. It's also recommended that an electoral offenses commission should be set up specifically to deal with issues of infractions and everything. And then more importantly, it now says that no swearing recommendation, no swearing in until the court has determined the petition. You can swear in the president. You recall in 2023 that argument came up that if you swear in the president before you determine everything, it might have an advantage, you know, over all the other candidates. Given that these recommendations are still flying in the air, and we have about 2 years to the primaries of the next election, what specific things would you like this government to consider doing?
So people ask me all the time, Joe, how can I lower my blood sugar?
Warning, these are 4 high sugar.
I'm glad we have an opportunity to talk about these things. I do not believe that this administration will do anything about electoral reform because it's in its interest. It has been to its advantage for things to be the way they are. After all, before the results were actually fully collated and determined, the president was sworn in, which is what this report is saying should not happen.
APC has not always been in power.
No, it's not about APC.
So I'm saying the benefit that you are claiming that they enjoy, if a PDP government, your party has implemented these things, it won't be to the advantage.
Yes. Now, this is the point. This is the reason why I was supporting Atiku because of the reforms. No, this is the truth. This is the reforms. The next presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party must swear to us in the party, because that's the kind of person, that's the position that I am in the party, to say that we must have something about this country that must improve. If you agree to reform the electoral system so that you are not the one to appoint the commissioners and the INEC chairman, we know you are serious. You must also devolve power to the state so that, you know how elections are conducted in the US. Every state is in charge of its own election. The Secretary of State of every state is elected. So it could be a Democrat or a Republican, it could be APC or PDP. That person is the one that is the electoral officer for that state election. And the board of election is not, in Nigeria now, there is no way that you can be a governor, an APC governor, a PDP governor is in charge of local elections that the other party will win. You can't win as it is now. Therefore, that must change. So the changes that I talk about is not about APC or PDP. It's about for Nigeria, for the good of the country, for the good of the citizens, for the benefit of democracy. That is all. So that the next president coming from PDP must be one that is not only ready for electoral reform, the whole system of governance. There must be devolution of power to the states so that the states can actually have some kind of independence to govern themselves. Our economy is in shambles because we are reliant on federal government, oil, one product. Whereas we have lithium, we have bauxite, we have bitumen, we have gold, we have phosphate, we have all sorts of minerals, we have agriculture in some areas that could feed the world. Now, the point is, those governments in the states do not have any powers to use those resources. Everything is dependent on the government. Right. Centralization, over-centralization of governance is the destruction of Nigeria. That's the problem.
Fantastic.
So INEC is part of that. Until it is decentralized, we're not going to have progress.
All right, that's understood, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce. I mean, this is not a subject matter that we can exhaust, at a single sitting like this. And of course, we will always be happy, to have you back. We're short of time and we really have to.
Now, wow. Hey, God, I beg you. I mean, the fact that they're talking about the electoral reforms, I guess it's a good move in the right direction. I can't knock that because there's some people who are talking about election and 2027 and the rest, even though again, like I've said here often, I don't see any election 2027. If they still have the likes of Mahmoud in place and Okoye and the rest of them, forget, no election is going to happen in Nigeria. While people are voting online, they will just declare numbers. That's it. Did you guys hear how much INEC is demanding for another election process again? It's in the billions. So after the nonsense that they have been doing consistently, both at the federal level and all state and even local government, they are asking now for more money, billion, to run election that you and I know. It's a sham. It will be a sham. It was a sham yesterday. It will be a sham tomorrow. I don't know what it will take. You understand? Everybody keeps echoing New Nigeria, New Nigeria. Me, I'm asking how? Because it's not when that time we reach, people will not be running a basket like a headless chicken and say, let's observe. Because Nigerians, you guys know how to speak English. When I speak English, now I get all the degrees passed for the whole world. Where people when I read reach, some people never even scratch them at all. Still yet, I think I speak Nigerian English. Still yet, no forward movement. Your election is a disaster. Your democracy is a disaster. The what is it that they call her? HDI. What be HDI that they call her? Human Development Index. Zero. When I hear so, president don't have illegal and sex job to people when they pay tax. I don't recognize this Nigeria. I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality. This Nigeria, I don't know. I don't know where it came from. I don't know where it's going to. Because I've never heard anything like that in my life. Do you know that there's a Chinese company that is hiring Nigerians to come and help them scam Oyibo people in UK? You not hear that one? Okay, I don't hear that one. Maybe I don't hear. Why people are speaking English? The concability, the neck office, the Cambronto streets, the Vradogo, they are busy. They have dug a hole and they are putting Nigeria inside. While people are speaking English, and you have your journalists, those ones, they'll be like robots. See that one when they ask questions, that I can't stand him. He never asked, now just follow go. Now they do follow go. Anything they say, he's afraid for his life, but he wants to go to heaven. If you go ask him now, he's probably a Christian and he wants to go to heaven, but you know what? Yeah. You see the problem we have in Nigeria? People are just doing nonsense. Did you guys hear about the story of the boyfriend that went to go and chop his girlfriend's head? They cut him with the head of the girlfriend. After you say it's not the head of the girlfriend, it's some lady. They want to do money rituals. Flow TV, welcome, oh, my sister. Eh? Oh! Swan, Nigeria. From Atiku to Yaradua to Jonathan, Sambo, all PDP, none. No one could lock Tinubu up. Knowing his victory, you just nailed what do they call it? You nailed it on its head. Because sometimes when I hear these people come on national TV, they are talking left, right, center, middle, go around, everything. I'm like, you people knew how terrible this man was. You people are well aware of his crimes. At least Gani Fahimi was trying to persecute this man. He no live long enough to do him. Una get a file. Still yet, una allow and climb through the ranks. All the hungry people in Lagos that like to go to party. Party is their first name and their last name. Don't know their future. All they do is go to party. They can sell their inheritance for party and spray money. He just sit down. He observe all of them. He say, okay, I know what these people's problem is. I will use money to blind all of them and collect their rights from them. That's exactly what this man do. And everybody folds their hand. They look. You know you have a dangerous man in front of you that if he gets a hold of power, he will do and undo. You guys let him slide because of your greed and your own selfishness. Victory. That question, I still ponder the question. Sometimes I go think the matter, I go say, but wait. So nobody could stop this guy and say, hell to the no. We will bring this guy down. This guy must not see the light of day. He must not near the security. He must not even know the road to power. None of them could say anything because they too are compromised. It's all about collect, money, how much I want to chop, chop your children, chop their children, their grandchildren, their great-grandchildren, the ones they will never even meet in life or hear. They want to chop all. They on top of that, they want to marry their children's mate. You see all the old men with new wives in Nigeria, with fresh, sharp tear rubber women. Because to a lot of some of these Nigerians, now money now they talk for them. They don't care about principles, they don't care about kindness. As long as the man has money, even if they blow them for us, you know, concern them. I see the man get money. They have wrecked the moral standard we have in Nigeria. We are suffering, exactly. The journalists, they go speak English. I could they wonder. I say, wait a minute. With all the English, never solve our problem. With all the school where they go, some of them now they go Harvard, go all the Cambridge, go all this thing. They don't have, not one can come up with a solution and say, I have discovered the strategy to deliver my. Not one. Instead, they will come, turn their own people into slaves so that they can squeeze the life out of them. Can you imagine that? Victory, you've nailed it. Commissioner, they ask that question. They cannot say they were not aware. Obasanjo, you want to say he don't know? He know. Look at it now. The man don't become a Aradite glue, traveling up and down with nothing to show for it. If go to Dubai that day, the same people when they welcome him, they escort him, go 20 times when he won't travel. Whether they fly a night before him, I don't understand. They will now go be the ones to go and wait for him again. I've never seen. What a waste of resources. The amount of waste that these people calm down, calm down, calm down. No need, calm down. There's no need. Just talk soft. Just talk softly, softly. There's no need. Calm down. Hey! My sister Flo. They go sit now, they go talk, blow grammar, blow grammar. Blow. The one thing I never hear for my life, they go dey blow am. Okay, let the grammar translate into real life solution for where you know they translate. It cannot translate. I've never seen, and the journalists themselves, and they wonder. You people will just come on the studio as if not be the same road, you know, they enter traffic. Now they get, now they experience lights when you know they day every time. As if nothing they, and as if they live in an alternate reality. They cannot even speak truth to power for the same people that they want to be subscribed to their stations and listen to their news. If Nigerians knew the power they had, first of all, by the time you go to all these news media, the channels news and everything, first of all, everybody will follow channels news. En masse, go to TVC, unfollow, en masse, make it a day-to-day thing. Like how many people were able to, you will now do, like people used to do on Twitter back then. They will do space. You come and tell people how many people you've been able to get to unfollow these stations because they are not helping you people. They are not helping you people. You know what they are doing? They are putting a band-aid over your problem. You know how many people just died recently in another attack in the north? They won't come and tell you that one. Do you know there was, let me play this video for you people, because these people, they are playing, they think it's a joke. They think everything is okay. Hey, then they play with fire. They don't know say na fire that they play with. Let me play this video for you people. When I bring to my mind though. Wow. Make I show you. May not be like say I just dey talk, no evidence. Make I show you. Hey, wow.
Adeniji under bridge. They took that way and parked under the bridge. It was pitch dark. They brought me out and they started using knife, cutlass, different things on me. Now I'm 45. I'm an African, so of course I don't take anything for granted. I don't take chances. So I'm 45. So when they saw that the stabbing attempts on my body, the knife was not entering, their dagger, their kitchen knives, their cutlass, they tried to cut me. About 3 of them held my neck, another 2 held my hand to the back, and they put, you can see lacerations on my neck. They put knife on my neck to try and, slash my neck and slaughter me, but it wasn't penetrating. So I just had the leader telling them in Hausa that they should lie me down and use their boots. About 3 of them were wearing army uniforms, so they should use their boots to crush my head. So about 6 of them held me hand, leg, and 2 were using their boots to hit my eyes, hit my nose. They just wanted to knock me out. But so after some minutes, I just realized that I was getting dizzy and I was about to, faint. And once that happens, these people will take me and do what they want. So I reached out for my bag, which was on the floor, and nobody was noticing. They didn't notice it throughout all this thing. I used that, see blood from my mouth. I'm even bleeding internally. So I took out that knife with my right hand and I started, waving it in different directions. So it caught one of them in the tummy. The stomach got busted, one in the neck, another one in the eye, and they started bleeding profusely. So their leader was telling them that maybe they have gotten all these remaining ones who are asleep. Let them carry them and go and deliver them. They should leave me that at the end of the day, I will die there with what they have done to me. So they all rushed off, and this is me, bleeding on my throat. My nose is broken. My eye inside, something is fundamentally wrong. My eyes, my mouth. I just want to, clean up and then go to the hospital for medical attention. People, it is real. All the people I just talked about were northerners. These people have entered even Lagos State. They have entered Lagos. They have penetrated Lagos. They picked.
Now they hear people that they think they are safe. You go to the studio in their journalists that they carry mobile police waka. I want to know how many mobile police they take the waka. And when they decide they want to come for a national TV network, how many can they? Oh my God, I don't understand though. We have wins as journalists in Nigeria. You are not saying it exactly as it is. You are the one closest to the people. You drive on the same road. You go to the same market. Nigerian journalists will not speak the truth. Why are you a journalist? What's the point of being on national TV when you can't tell the people the truth? Government don't buy on apple for bucket. All of you have turned to brown envelope journalists. Aside from one or two, is it not a shame? The people that are affected, when it will knock on their doors now, these same journalists will come out and be crying and be saying they lost a member. How long are Nigerians going to continue like this? How long? What did they happen? So normal to them, normal. This was as long as they eat. Even the ones that they get now, they are now turning them into poor people. People that used to have money. There was a video I saw of a young man that did a video. He said, Nigerians, that you realize that the people that were once middle class, they are now poor. They've added them to the number of the class of poor people. The day Kasala will burst in Nigeria, it will be poor against poor against rich. So if they see that you have small more than them, they will come for you. That day, nobody can save anybody. And you have journalists coming on national network to gaslight the people every day. And Nigerians, you people have power, you are not using it. All you have to do is gather yourselves in groups and start to follow this national network news, because they are not giving you the real news. All they do is invite people to come and gaslight you. Look at that Felix Moka the other day. That one that came to insult his entire generation. That feels that because he's in power, he can now, go whatever, do whatever, threaten people anyhow. Look at him. I've never seen citizens that will not use their power. You don't have to put your body on the line. Just come together. As people do space on Twitter, when I used to be on Twitter, people should do space, endless spaces. Get yourself together, start to unfollow these people. They are not helping you. They are not telling you the truth. Danger is at your backyard. They are not telling you. Look at this young man. He lives in Lagos. He lives in Lagos. If they don't do anything now, you see, when it now becomes a problem, right now, they're not supposed to declare Nigeria in a state of terror right now. Nigeria is at war. They are not telling you the truth. And you have some people who can afford, because they can afford the nice lifestyle, they think everything is okay. Hey! Let it be on record, though. Some of us shouted and screamed from the top of our voices. Even got demonetized. I'm still demonetized today. Nothing. Nobody. People suppose don't they raise alarm for Nigeria. For normal country, they go don't raise alarm. Everybody go don't they form groups. Your police is not telling you. You know what police is saying? You should help them. That's what the police is telling you now. That they need you. You should be helping them. So even while they are maltreating you, arresting you for no just reason, they expect you to help them. They are not. I laughed. That was my opening this thing. I laughed. I said, look at the same Obasa. He treats me. I'm not gonna lie. The man when match they do pra. When the man they move that time, you know, this thing he was talking. Now he say I'm not. Tinubu is not better than me. Sanwo-Olu is not better than me. Look at bring the video for me. The people when they go support them, look at I play this one. The people when they go support them, they arrest them, bam, join. I say, wow, you say you be Tinubu BFF. Odu abo. Now it's they happen to all of them now. Their eye is opening. Their eye is now opening. Let's see. Their eye has peeled.
And I've asked several times so that what have you done? But the tangible reason I've not been given, for us being apprehended here. So what to come on?
How many are you in there?
We are like 15 here.
15.
Like 20 here. We're like 20 here.
Are you from Agege?
Yeah, I'm Agege. I'm really Agege.
Okay, so what are you doing here now?
They're still picking people up randomly. I don't know what's going on here, but they will just pick people and drive up. Yeah, they're shouting that they are hungry, they want to buy water, they're thirsty. Okay, so
please, don't give us water. We need water. We have money. We have money at times. Leave your water.
all right, so what you can see on your screen are the people I talked about earlier who have been remanded inside this Black Maria. Now, according to these people, they are card-carrying members of APC, and they came here to pay a visit to their leader, only to be rounded up and be thrown inside the Black Maria. Now, they have been here since I got to this scene about 40 minutes ago, and they were already inside this truck or this Black Maria before I came, so I cannot even give an estimated time for how long they have been here. But I do know that with the weather condition that we are currently facing in Lagos State, this particular Black Maria by this time will already be very, very hot and inconducive for people who are inside. I've asked earlier, there are about 10 to 15 people inside of this particular truck. No food, no water. They have been crying out, telling people that they want to drink water, telling the policemen that they are hungry. Some of them even brought out some money, to see if anybody would help them to go.
Those are the people that went to support Obasa. Oh. They hold them by the jugular. No, don't know where. You hear when they toss it, they pick them up randomly. That's exactly what they were doing. Obasa open mouth. Wow. Say Tinubu is not better. Tinubu is not better than me. It's not better than this. It's not better. They say, okay. And now they have what do they call her? They have an Igbo first lady. Odumadu body. Now they have a first lady that is Igbo. When Chinedu, Gbadebo before Rose come, they not let the man rest. They tell Gbadebo, who you be? Your mother is Igbo. This one is Igbo. May they go tell T-Pain picking that one more here. I want to hear something. Let them have the audacity to go and tell them. Where will you the man?
If they have not done well, we have rights to say no. And we have said no. So we are not going to be threatened. And it is good to advise the man living in glass house not to throw stone. It is good for us to advise the man living in glass house not to throw stone. If not, the glass may soon be shattered. So that is my position to what has been going on, to the protest being planned, to the write-up, to the TV series, all that I've had. When they were planning, we have our friends. We also have our friends. So we are about the party, and we are about Lagos. And we'll continue to serve our people because we are representing their interests. We have been doing that before now, and we'll continue to do that. The people come first before any other person. It does not matter your degree. It does not matter your home. We are talking about Julius Berger. Somebody serving Julius Berger. Somebody is international. Who is not international among us? We have people who came from abroad to contest for Lagos membership of Lagos House of Assembly. They are still here with us. So as my people will say, we don't want instigation and we don't want conflicts. We are working together. The House and the executive, we are brothers, we are family, and we'll continue to work together. But we need to caution the fourth columnist not to instigate crisis. And those who are living in glass house also to be careful. Àwọn èèyàn wa ló sọ pé sún fún mi sún fún ẹ bàbá oní kàlẹ́ndà tọmọ náà bá sún kò gírí ń kọ́. You look at my face. Do I look like somebody that can be threatened? Do I look like somebody that is?
Wallahi, I like this fight too. I beg you know, I don't hear the quote when it drop. You say if you live in glass house, you don't throw stone. Those who live in glass, not be so it talk. You see English. Throw the stone, no, please. Let the glass crash. Let it come crashing. We want to see. Yeah, Obasa, you know where all the bodies are buried. Come and tell us. We are here. Our ears are open. You really don't. Let me even be the one to tell you. You don't look like you are threatening. You look like you are ready for the battle. Hey, we dey here. Just give us date when the whole thing will go down. We will be here. We want to record it live. Obasa, when you were raking, àwa ló kàn, èmi ló kàn. Yorùbá ronú o. Una singer, una take and sing, una take and rub people eye. Oh, you don't reach your turn now. You don't dey drop quotes. I like this one. I like am. I beg. It's needed. Mona quarrel. The emperor's son, you not even think am well. You sit down, you say the emperor's son, now you want contest it. Come on now. Your emperor, when you dey worship every day, you want to. When they say maybe na him who make you dey that position when you dey. As una like loyalty, well. You want to go follow your emperor, go contest with your son. Haba, Mr. Man. You no calculate yourself well. Now they don't impeach you. Now. What do you want to do? What are you going to do about it? All the people when they come support you, they carry all of them. That's to tell you you are irrelevant. You mean nothing to them. They carry people when they come support you, also throw them inside Black Maria. Nigeria don't go. Forget. Wow. Dictator, full-blown dictatorship. Now we see so. They carry people when they come support you, throw them inside Black Maria. Now from inside Black Maria, they talk. Oh, wow! You guys backed the wrong tree, the wrong one. You guys thought you were doing us. You were doing us. Those of us that have the money, the wealth, the resources in that country, you did not allow us to enjoy it. You carried everything, all the ways you carry and go sit down for one place. You want to sit on it. You want to deprive people on top of it. You were burning people's houses down, destroying, damaging people's houses, hurting people, even by some people join because of your own, for your own benefit. So you don't reach your turn. Now turn by turn, so chop am, collect am in peace. But you see, you know all the secrets. Please come and tell us. Now that one, we are here for that. We need to be televised. We set our ring lights. We want to hear it all. Let it be recorded. Let us know how this fight. If you want us to be referee, we will be there. We know we'll miss some. This kind of fight not be waiting that they miss. We want to go and wrestle the emperor's son. Meanwhile, Lagosians, be preparing the ground for your Igbo first lady. She will not say not the hear words. Now turn the whole thing to tribal matter. Waiting not be tried. All the people in the chop on our money, they all come from different parts of Nigeria. They get greedy, demonic people from the north, from the south, from the east, from the west, all of them. At the top, they are marrying each other's children and jollofi. They don't care about you. They are not interested in you. They don't care whether you live or you die. You consign them. Now they fight. They just weaponize the bigotry. Una carry and they hawk am like hot cake. Nah, they won't bring Sharia law come Yoruba land. Una hear say one of the traditional leaders for there, I think the man used to be a Muslim, but he left in Ilorin. Because he burned the Quran, the Holy Quran, they don't know, they don't carry on. We don't know what happened to Rambo. I don't know. I've not seen anything about it. Maybe I haven't looked for it, so I don't know the follow-up to that story. Did you guys hear about the new Oba, Zabi Oba, Alaafin of Oyo, that they are all trying to come together to select? Okay. I know that Yoruba they speak for inside, but make a bring and come. Oh my God! You see, say this Yoruba only when they say given, I see a life from the pit of hell. Who is suffering now? Who is the one suffering? That's the real question. Let me see. What was this? You say, sorry, you guys, I was doing terrible of me.
So becoming governor is secondary. It is.
Yes, let's listen to this one. I forgot about this video.
So becoming governor is secondary. It is something that I have not given a serious consideration. Nevertheless, that does not mean I am too young or lack experience to run, whereas those who have been before me are not better off. In addition, it is also important to correct the impression from naysayers who have been insinuating that I made payment to seek for blood relation in Ojo to validate my candidacy to run as governor. Of course, I've never denied the fact that I am Obasa, but rather I've never claimed to be related. So becoming governor is secondary.
Goodness, oh Nigeria. Which one is this one? Cry for water and food. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Where's the video I'm looking for? My people, more than all this. So this who is it? More than all this. A divine video of the new. They look for new Alaafin of Oyo. Whether they said the traditional leader chose the oracle chose one, another person chose another one. How they keep up? Sorry, I'm looking in the wrong place. Okay, let's listen to the governor Makinde about this Oba ship thing. Let's see whether I spoke English.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, the time of our day, this is it's not a day for long speeches because the coronation proper. Actually, or you're today, origami. So on that day, I will talk. The Alafin stool is very important, not just to Oyo town or Oyo state, but the entire Yoruba race. So, under my watch, I made it very clear that that stool is not for sale. It is not a stool for us to toy with. I met Prince for the first time in my life yesterday. I've never spoken to him in my entire life until yesterday. I did not know his profile or the profile of any of the people or any of the princes that were vying for that stool, because it was deliberate. I did not want to have my own opinion or try to push in a direction where about ìgbà fóònù bàbá rẹ̀ tó bá jẹ́ pé kò ṣe pé kábíyèsí wà dídòkò. Yeah, I didn't want my own opinion or to be in any way, be influenced. Let me say this clearly. When we came into government in 2019, we had challenges with the traditional institution in Ibadan land. It has been resolved to everybody's satisfaction. When it was time for us to approve the selection of Okere, some people came to me and said, this is our friend. The current Okere is APC. I said, it doesn't mean anything to me, whether you're PDP or APC or here in this chamber, I see people, those are people that have been before me. My own picture will also go there very soon. There's some action group, some UPL, some MPL. So what is PDP, APC? PDP, APC, who knows how long they'll be around? So why should the decision be based on a political consideration? So I approved the selection of Shaki Kingmakers. And I always say to people, when we're playing, don't kill yourself over politicians, because we see ourselves in the dark. We'll go to each other's houses. So people who came and said, maybe it was political consideration. No. Politics, electioneering is a game. We all play just like the Ayo. It's only when you've been elected that governance is a serious business. because you take decisions that will affect millions of people. You take decisions that may be life or death for some people. So we will not play politics with governance. The suit became vacant in 2022. We were moving towards election, and people said, no, you have to approve the appointment of Alafin, otherwise Oyo people will not vote for you. I said, okay, let Oyo people not vote for me. I will do what is right. But Oyo voted for me massively. And Oyo will still continue to vote for me. So let me once again congratulate. Let me also say this briefly. Those that are still hell-bent on destabilizing our traditional institution in Oyo, the government is not letting them. We will prosecute them. The money they collected, they will still be prosecuted. Well, except they go to KBC and the next. If we forgive them, I will also forgive them. So the coronation proper will be in 4 weeks. But today, I will hand over the certificate and also the staff of office. So from today, we have so I congratulate the Alaafin of Oyo Land, His Imperial Majesty Oba Abimbola Akin Owade. I pray that your reign shall bring unity to Yoruba race, wherever they may be around the world. I pray it will also bring progress, development to Oyo Land and Oyo State and Yoruba race in general. KBC.
Oye, ẹja ṣe kábíyèsí o.
So there's some division on this. There's another video that I want to show you guys about this whole thing. Hey. Aha. Okay. It says this video I'm about to play. Alaafin too. Okay. How Oyomesi ignored Ifa's choice. Prince Abimbola Owode accuses Oyomesi of bending tradition for money. Hey! Oh, Nigeria. Our traditional stools, I'm sorry to say, are not something they when no balance. Something they when no balance. And we suspect what is going on right now is opening eyes. Like a lot of the traditional stools they have, are they even for real?
Mo ń bá bàbá wa Professor Abímbọ́lá sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí nílùú Amẹ́ríkà lórí ọ̀rọ̀ ọba tuntun tí wọ́n jẹ ní ìlú Ọ̀yọ́.
Okay. It's not transcribed in Yoruba, in English, so I can't really play that. I don't want to like throw you guys off. So basically there's some problem with it, right? They're saying that they are ignoring the person that the traditional Ifa, their gods chose, right? Because of money, they are rejecting that one to go with somebody that has money. So it be like saying that money, they are claiming that it be like saying that money demand take the person won't become the Allah thing now. They're saying that money you want to take buyer. Now you take buyer. So there was another video of somebody I saw that was saying, since when did the Ifa start? Oh my God. Hell, Nigeria. No wonder everything is upside down. The truth is far. Truth is nowhere to be found in the land. The stools that should be occupied by the real owners have been taken over by people who spend the most money. Are you shocked why everything is upside down? I'm not shocked. This is the reason why. This is why everything is upside down in Nigeria, because lies have become pervasive in the land. The people that should occupy positions are not occupying the positions. So all you get is mayhem, affliction, poverty, the worst of the worst time. Because the wrong people are sitting on the throne where they have no business sitting. That's what's going on in Nigeria. Unfortunately, it looks like the traditional schools, a lot of them are just bought by money. They are not the people, the original people that should be sitting on that throne are not sitting. Take a look around the whole of Nigeria. There's no place that's thriving because it's been occupied by lies. The wrong people in wrong stools, in wrong offices. That's what's going on. Poverty will become the order of the day. People are getting poorer and poorer every day. Life is getting harder and harder for the people. That's to tell you that there's something that is wrong foundationally. That's why Nigeria is suffering so greatly. And the people that ought to stand up for the truth are not standing up. The ones that, well, they want to stand up, but they silence them. You see why we cannot be quiet? This is why we cannot be quiet. Because silence is complacency. That means if you're silent in the face of the mayhem that's going on in Nigeria, you are part of the problem. I'm sorry. You could be my best friend. You're part of the problem. In the face of this evil that's going on, if you remain silent, you are part of the problem. It's not about choosing sides. If something is bad, it's bad. If it's not bad, it's not. You have to stand on the side of truth for the sake of prosperity. Right? Look at your leaders. The ones who are not speak, not able to read numbers. like the Edo State governor. Oh my God. Hey, let me not even go there. There's no need. The man cannot even read numbers. He can't. This is the man that people felt is good to represent an entire state. Meanwhile, insecurity has increased in Edo State, as I've heard. It has gotten worse. Hey! Nigeria, which way? Oh? Now, the one person if you do now, they do so. And I'm not like people when not like truth, now they plenty pass. all of them. Eh? Everybody is doing whatever they like. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I beg you. I don't know. I mean, sometimes, sometimes I don't know what to say about this Nigerian issue because it is. I know, like you. Sometimes it's overwhelming. Like how? How do we move forward as a society? How? How do we continue like this? Eh? How would we continue like this? Now, like this, we go sit down, they look. Is this how we will be looking? How they are taking advantage and just fingering people's brain up and down? Yeah? Let me bring Mr. Dele Parrotini's video. Let's listen to 20 minutes of it because almost there was a lot of gems, man. I just can't play the whole thing, but I would say I would recommend highly for you to go listen to it in its entirety.
What matters really is that you are a member of that class. It does not matter whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba. Tribes do not matter to them. Ethnicity counts for nothing to them. Your religion counts for nothing. That's why their pastors would marry the imam's daughter. The imam's daughter would marry the pastor's son. At the point of relationship amongst themselves, none of the things that divides you divides them. So the problem is that the victims have a problem recognizing themselves. The victims are busy fighting themselves when their real enemies are the ones that are their allergies. Let me see if we can help the victims to find themselves. Let's go back a few years. When Saint Mamadou of Daura was in the saddle, you would look to his cabinet and you'd find that practically every position of power was either in the hand of the Fulani or in the hand of some person who must, of necessity, be not only Muslim, but preferably of northern extraction. Competence was not the point. Prebendal stupidity, myopic idiocy governed appointments. Yorubas cried and wept and shouted about this. Southerners generally, particularly in the Igbo, yelled the most because they were obviously the most marginalized under Buhari. And then Bulaba entered the scene. And everything that Buhari ever did, for which the average Yoruba had a lot to complain about, Bulaba has done and surpassed. Of course, the marginalized must cry. And you really cannot and should not presume to prescribe how the oppressed must express their feelings. Ndigo has again been given more than enough reasons to shout. The gentleman also Biafra keeps reminding me that we must ask them to free Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I will never beg for the freedom of anyone held captive by the Nigerian state. And that's exactly what I think MNK is, a captive of the Nigerian state. If he's committed any offense, he should be tried. But this is exactly the point I am making. It was okay to do it under Buhari because Fulani, of course, Ausha hated Ndigo. Now it's okay to do it because, of course, the Yorubas hate Ndigo. Regardless of whether the Yoruba truly hate or does not hate, whether we are dealing with the individual or whether you've lumped everybody together. The point I'm making to you is this: we are all victims, and they merely distract us and divide us by this ethnic hatred. I'm not saying anyone has done that by calling for MNK's release. No. Point I'm making is that that is what they prefer that we focus our attention on. The moment you have a country where you do not have an identikit for citizenship, from that moment, what you find is that you really cannot have citizenship in that space. Aminu cannot be treated different from Dele. Dele cannot be treated different from Kachiku. Kachiku cannot be treated any different from Pategi. If we cannot just simply be one in the sense that we are treated as one under the law, it simply means you have a multiplicity of victims instead of having citizens in that space. The reality of the victim is that it does not matter who is in power, whether that person is of your ethnicity, whether that person is from your religious persuasion. It does not matter if you do not have an identikit for who a citizen is. Let me show you. In the years of Buhari,
5 minutes ago, she'd never play piano.
The most common victim of his incompetence and myopia were the Fulanis themselves. Because of Buhari, the Fulanis as a people were demonized. It wasn't about dealing with the individual. Because of Bulaba, the Yorubas are also today being demonized. Maybe one day you end up with an Igbo person like Oji Uzor Kalu, and then the same thing is replicated, and the Igbos will again be further demonized. So it is the system that allows these evils to happen. Nigeria as it is, that is the system that we should all be focusing our attention on. But what do the Alhajis want? What would the Alhajis prefer? The Alhajis would prefer that we debate elections. The Alhajis would prefer that we talk about the multiplicity of fault lines that Nigeria has opened up amongst us. Nigeria would prefer that we talk about sharing positions, winning offices, spreading the national cake. That is what Nigeria would prefer. The beneficiaries of Nigeria, both within and outside Nigeria, would prefer that we focused on our differences rather than focus on why we are where we are and how we may be able to chart our way out of where we are, which is every one of us more or less agrees is not where we want to be. That is what they would prefer that we do. And they do this using members of the Alhaji class, your clerics who come preaching hatred to you from the pulpit, whether those be pastors or imams. They benefit. They don't speak against the system because the system feeds them. The system is what puts food on their table, assures that they can write billion-naira cars. Is the system stupid? They don't speak against the system. They will tell you to pray for Nigeria because they are preying on you. They are preying on Nigeria. They are preying on Nigerians, and they tell you to keep praying. They don't tell you the cause that has led to the effect that has made living in Nigeria and as Nigerians miserable and rendered the Nigerian victim. They don't speak to that. Seed time and harvest time, they tell you when it's time to demand tithes and offerings of you. But they don't tell you how the choices made by members of their class, the politicians, affect the fruits that you are reaping on a daily basis. But they tell you to pray. They are preying on you because they are allergies.
A performance that truly matters. Get tickets now at shenyun.com.
Do you understand? When you look to the primary, Ebiokpawa, is that Igbo? Oh yeah, is that Fufude language? Oh, is that Ijo? That's Yoruba. Emilokan has become a Bilokan because you are not a member of the class. You don't belong to the allergic class. You are the one who feels like belonging, and to belong, you've embraced hatred. And because you've embraced hatred, you can't see your fellow victim. It doesn't matter what language or religion the other person belongs to. It does not matter. What matters is this. Is the same, is that person suffering the same deprivation as you? Is the Fulani man going to a different market from you? That the Igbo man does not knock his head on the ground the way you pray, does it mean that he bleeds any different from you? Did God tell you really that you should hate anyone on his behalf? How can you fail to see the commonalities of the afflictions suffered by every victim, regardless of ethnicity or religion? How can you fail to see that the governors of your state speak your language, are members largely of your own ethnic group, but are not touched by the pains of your afflictions? Their doctors are not in Nigeria. Their dentists are rarely ever in Nigeria. Their homes, not their houses, homes are rarely ever in Nigeria. You are the ones who are stuck in Nigeria. You are the victims of Nigeria. And yet, you are the one who is employed to hate yourself enough not to see the you that is in the person that you are hating. The other man is as much a victim of Nigeria as you are. He is as much a victim as you are. Òkú sunkún òkú, àkàṣọ lórí, wọ́n sunkún ara wọn. The dead weep for the dead. And yet, they fail to recognize the commonalities. What I'll say to you is very simple.
Amazon pays out more than $5 billion in royalties every year. And here's how you can get.
We have a clear pathway out of the mess that we are in. What I have sought to describe to you is the reality of the Nigerian, the true meaning of Nigeria, who his victims are, and who the beneficiaries are, the allergies. But it is not enough to diagnose a problem, but then fail to prescribe the medication. And I have never failed at any point to offer a way out. The only thing that had happened before now is that you were not listening. It has taken literally my own self-immolation for your ears to become a little better. Your hearing has improved significantly. I must say that. So let's try again. Nigeria pretends to be a democracy. And the electoral part, as sick as it is, and I must say it is sick, it is not designed to deliver any value. The second, can you stop that? I'm having some sound interference. Sorry about that. The electoral part is not designed to deliver value to the victims. It is merely designed to offer some measure of legitimacy to the fraud that we have called elections in Nigeria. Just before I was abducted, I had called for electoral reforms. I'm not a man given to much by way of patience once I've settled on a position. And I generally never believe that you guys listen to anything. So I tend to speak, believing that I'm speaking into the womb of time and that it is another generation that we go on to do what is necessary. So I'm going to hide all chat because it's becoming a little distracting with my Biafran brothers and those who are speaking to them. So I really can't see whatever you're typing again so that I might be able to round up my sermon. So as I was saying, I remember distinctly saying at the time that we must have a national boycott so that the legislative arm might hear clearly our demand for electoral reform. Don't worry, I have no illusion about the country in which we live. But I also believe that it is on us as victims to chart a course, a peaceful course to our emancipation. That it is completely on us as victims to demand a way out of the mess that we ourselves have imagined, discussed amongst ourselves, gotten ourselves to buy into, with a clear pathway into the future. I believe it becomes that easier for the people to be mobilized. And the next election, if there be one in 2027, will not merely be a charade, because long before that date, the Nigerian will know exactly what constitutes change and what kind of change he is expecting. And when the people become awakened to the possibilities of change, substantive change into which they may buy, it then becomes easier to have an electoral revolution. I've never been shy about making clear to all of you, if we do not have a revolution in Nigeria, we cannot change Nigeria. But not every revolution is based on violence. Because this revolution is not just about changing a system. It is about changing ourselves, our mindset. We must move from the victim mentality to the citizen's mentality, where we hold ourselves as accountable as we expect to hold the system that we must create. Because the system with which we are grappling today, and I have no doubt about it, this system is the true evil. It is not about persons. Persons are abusing power because the system is structured to allow it. Whatever power you're seeing abused in Nigeria, whether that is judicial power, whether that is the power of the police, that of the DSS, the custom, the EFCC. All these abuses are obviously allowed by a system that is not structured to uphold the law. Impunity.
In the next 60 seconds, I'm going to show you how to naturally control blood sugar and naturally increase insulin sensitivity. I've got 3 natural.
Has become a culture with us. It's not just the persons in government. Musicians would have people picked up and locked up. Bankers would have people picked up and locked up. University proprietors, all kinds of people up and down the length and breadth of Nigeria, traditional rulers, a rich man with no office, legislators happy slapping a person simply because he dared to ask questions. Impunity is the order of the day in our country because we are not subject to law. And it is not only the rulers, even the ruined are copying the ruiners. So if Nigeria must truly experience a revolution, it is not just about the system. We, as individuals, including myself, must get to the point of understanding that it's no longer about they are the problems. We, collectively, are the problems because we are the victims, but we are also the solutions. But this can only come about when we understand that there isn't going to be any Voltron anywhere. I came out of prison as fast as I did because you all found your voices. You acted as one to a very large extent. I wouldn't kid myself and say that the bad idiots cared whatever happened to me. I've seen a lot saying he got what he deserved. But the point is, believe it or not, when you validate the oppression of one on account of your hatred or dislike of that one, you validate the use of the same impunity and oppression against yourself when it comes round to your turn. The problem with Nigeria is the absence of citizenship. Yes, but that has also evolved a culture of impunity in the Nigerian where he does not expect to be held to account. We must all understand that our revolution can only come about when we ourselves are ready and willing to be different. Nigeria, a criminal enterprise. The victims, those who should be citizens. But there are 2 classes of victims. The one who is aware of his victimhood and can articulate the situation, and the victim who is unaware of the fact that he is a victim. I am not a victim that is unaware. For years, I've labeled myself a victim of Nigeria. But the difference is that I'm a victim who is aware of my victimhood. The allergies, your senators, your governors, your presidents, past and present, the generals, the many who have profited from the putrefaction of Nigeria, your pastors, your imams, the allergies, the captains of industries that produces nothing but extract maximum value from the country. Those are the allergies. You'll be wise to recognize your victimhood. It should help to speed up the end of it. We will begin by demanding substantive electoral reforms predicated principally on 2 changes or additions to the Electoral Act. 1, it should not be left to INEC again. There must be automatic transmission of results from the polling unit level. So the IREV must be live for there to be any election. We must see results real time, or they have been no election. It cannot be left to an INEC regulation that INEC would willfully flout and an inept.
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that's how.
Would allow it to get away with it. Whether you blame that on the lawyers, whether you blame it on the judges, the important thing is that justice was not done. The second thing is that there must be room for independent candidacy. Nigerian political parties are not found on ideology or principles. The process of registration of parties are almost impossible to surmount. The people knows who and who their people are. The Electoral Act must allow for independent candidacy. Those are the two reforms I'll be pushing. I'll be speaking with you, a lot of you going forward. And definitely, before the end of January, I would have consulted a lot wider than I did the first time. And I'll be coming back to you with a clear timeline, or shall I say, timetable and action plan. That may very well include a national movement for boycott, because going on the street would only cause damage to the victims. Might just be a day in the month, might just be a day in the week, but that's just my own idea, and a lot more consultation would have to be done. When we have earned the right to vote and have our votes counted for those we care to vote for, not because they managed to buy the ticket of some political party, but because we know them and we know they are capable of delivering on their promises. When we have done that, then we can be talking about an election in 2027. But whilst yet we pretend to be democracy, that is my own peaceful path to a revolution. And that is the path we must take. If Nigeria must stop being a business and a criminal enterprise for their allergies and their gas, if the victims must become citizens, we must have an action plan and stop with all the squabbles. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you this morning. As you know, I've always enjoyed the sound of my own voice. I've got my live chat back on now.
I hope you guys heard that clearly. You know, please take your time to go back and listen to it, because the man dropped a lot of gems and action plan. That's what I'm talking about. Because not be just to come and talk till our ears are till our mouth gets tired and our eyes are turning inside out. There has to be action plan. You know, like you said, it's not. There's so many ways to do this thing. I don't know. I don't quite get. Because I don't quite get it. Nigerians have so much power. Social media, you guys have so much power, to the extent when they even do a movie on Netflix, they will come and be begging Nigerian audience to watch, because they know that you people give them the numbers. So in order for us to do our own nice problem, you know that people that are not standing up for the children are not doing what they ought to do for your country. There's so many things you can do. You don't have, everything does not start and end with violence. Not all the time, But a lot of Nigerians don't recognize the power that they have as a collective. This is what Dele Farrington is talking about. This is part of what he's talking about. As a people, we keep fighting. Now everybody's fighting. Bigotry, Olympics, up and down. But the people that are causing the problem, they are whining and dining, and they are marrying each other's daughters. They are going to the most expensive schools in the world. They are handing over to them. Look at Tinubu's son, T-Pain's son. Whether Lagosians like it or not, that guy is going to be governor of Lagos State. I don't know what Lagos people are going to do. Tinubu sat down, studied Lagos people. Say, these people like party. Oh, they like party and money, and they like to spray money. You just go to party and you call their name. So what he does, he has the money at his disposal. So he used money to finish them. The greedy ones, unfortunately, amongst them, sold their soul out, sold themselves out for money. At the end of the look at the mess that Nigeria has become as a result of that. Everyone that knew about Tinubu's way and everything, all of them, they can't talk. Everybody don't keep quiet. The man has become a dictator. You talk anyhow, he pick you up. Look at this Obasa one now recently. Obasa did not pay attention to what happened to was Ambode. It is say he can come and do gra in front of Emperor. Emperor that does not forgive. Emperor that does not forgive. You went and go and be running your mouth. Okay, come and fight now. Come and talk. Well, I know that one that you were saying in your video. Oh, we all have men. We all have. Oh yeah, please show us your hand, though. We are here. We want to see. Please, just expose everything. Let's Kukuma hear it. Nigeria is bad already. Let's Kukuma hear everything to the ground. Make we know where. Make we even they hear more and more they go. Make we hear more and more they go. When I hear about the man when they sing the man when they sing a pastor, gospel singer, not even pastor, gospel singer when he come out in girlfriend head, hey God, on top of money. This is where Nigeria has gotten to. They say he tried to bribe somebody. They tried to bribe the police officer with 100 million to cover up. Police officer not agree. Yeah, they expose them. Meanwhile, the guy now he dey drop quotes before. The man he dey give motivational speech. They show one place where they give motivational. Be careful who you listen to. God abeg. What kind of life is this, Nigerians? What kind of life are you people living in that country? A lot of abnormal things are happening. Abnormal things when you don't expect, when you person not dey hear. Meanwhile, that's how one Delta, one woman, whether the one airline that was in Ibom Air, whatever, one woman single-handedly held it down. Single-handedly, only in Nigeria. You see, the motivational quote, the quote when he dropped, he said, "There's no destiny helper anywhere." This is the gospel singer. You are your own destiny helper. Meanwhile, they catch him with head of person for her. I don't know the direction where Nigeria won't go. Hey, I don't know. Sometimes I go sit down and go say, all the people when you don't win Nigeria, they failed woefully. All of them, from beginning to end, not one is worthy to be mentioned. If you are giving me opportunity to demolish all the statue, there's no need for remembrance. These people have added nothing. Instead, they have created problems for the future. Look at the heavy weight that we are carrying as a people. Is this normal? Even those that are managing to speak, they are picking them up one after the other. There's one young man that's on the run now because they said the police are looking for him because he's speaking the truth. They are all trying to silence the truth tellers. Looking for ways to silence them. I keep saying it. It's probably the diaspora that is the future of Nigeria. They are the ones that will end up standing up because Nigerians are so suppressed. You know what it means for people that were once rich, had some money in the bank, living life, now become poor overnight because of the exchange rates. Have you guys heard? Even Dangote cannot get oil. Dangote has to go to America to go and get crude oil. With all the wailing and the crying in Nigeria, they no gree sell oil to Dangote. You know, hear that one? Dangote cry, all the wailing, whistle blowing of Motor Refinery. Say they get Motor Refinery. Dangote imports crude oil from the United States. Eh? This is how bad Nigeria has gotten. It is only, and everybody that has small power like this, they want to exercise it. They want to do and undo. Me, I hear Rufai is crying. He's crying. They are saying, people have come out and say he's not a genuine person. Eh? They are saying that Rufai, they doubt change of heart. His change of heart is genuine. Person when he sing T-Pain, now he's the one crying. They are claiming that it was because he was denied ministerial position, or maybe he wanted to be a minister of some sort. They no give back. The thing they pay now. He can't look for way now. They demarket Tulumbu. Eh? Our problem plenty for this country, but instead of people to gather and talk about the one that is important, everybody is busy fighting, holding each other's throat, doing bigotry Olympics. They are all part of the problem, my brother. Dangote has always supported them. He's a government sugar baby now. Government sugar baby. Dangote. Most of the wealthy, all these political wealthy, they say wealthy men, this one, most of them are government sugar babies. Apart from the ones that worked hard, built their own companies from scratch, and made it to do something today, most of them are government sugar babies. All the some of your billionaires, they keep shouting billionaire, most of them are government. They just give them gold. They say, take this gold mine. You take this oil rig. Now they take their money. That's why they don't know how to use it. They do not understand how to work for the plight of. They don't know how to use it. There's no wisdom. When you get it, you're not supposed to get. How are you going to have the wisdom to use it? How? It wasn't supposed to be in your hand in the first place. So you will be dodoyo with it. That's what's going on. That's his problem. Oh, who cares? Yeah, I don't care. Me, I want them, me that I'm waiting for them to get in the ring and start beating each other. Me may not set to the ring like Tete. They wait. Let them tumble each other, beat each other and naked each other. That's what me I want to see. That's what me I'm looking forward to. Meanwhile, they say, please, which of the diasporans endorsed Seyi Tinubu? How many of the diasporans want to raise una hand? We will know who una be. Who they support T-Pain from diaspora? Bikonu. Nigeria, APC and propaganda. Propaganda galore. They want to use it to make noise, and then lie. And then bring him out as governor, tout him as a candidate. Lagosians don't turn mumu. Lagosians don't turn mumu. They be talking say now be the most elitist people in Nigeria. Or more elitist in the bush by the wayside. Or more. The first one allow a Tinubu to come up in your politics and I can't zero forget. Don't even be bragging about being a Lagosian. Please just put it inside your pocket. You guys have nothing to brag about. Nigeria's history is shrouded in darkness. Dark. Look, it better you know now so that you know where your battles are coming from. It's shrouded in darkness. It is deep, dark. Nigeria's history na brother killing brother because of money, sister killing sister because of mirror, bling things, shiny object. They buy each other, they tell on each other. They go dance Azonto for colonialists. That is the history. That is the history of Nigeria. It's not pure. Not one of it is pure. Look to the left, look to the right, look everywhere. Nigeria's history is shrouded in deep darkness. That's why when you hear some people talk, they say Nigeria's problem is very complex. It's not complex. Call it what it is. It's dark. Dark. A society where truth cannot thrive, that's not a society, not normal. A society where women are silenced and women and children don't have rights, that's not a society. That's a jungle. When you're vulnerable and not protected, that's a jungle officially because It is the survival of the fittest. It has not become the survival of the fittest. Your politicians, your leaders will travel outside of the country. They will not have entourage. They only have one car. Take them. They go drive, go where they go with one car. But they go come Nigeria, they go get like 100 entourage, 100 cars. They do pampu, block the freeway, block everywhere. People cannot go to their jobs, no movement. They are so afraid of their own people, so afraid of themselves. There's lack of trust. Your leaders don't even rate you. Like, they are so afraid of you, they surround themselves. Police were supposed to they walk for a station. They use them. They surround themselves with the police. How many want fight your crime? How many? Look at the Okoya children when they catch say they do money, whatever, whether they spray money anyhow. Instead they go hold the boys responsible, they hold the policeman. Yes. Mona take this thing where they hold the policeman accountable. Fear not let them touch the big men children. You see how messed up Nigeria is. Those children will never be held accountable. Never. And you wonder why the society is how it is. There's no way it can get better. It's not a cause. In case somebody calls here and says, oh, it is not a cause, it's just glaring. It's right there in front of you. You people will go to church morning to evening. Oh, the enemies of my district died, gather fire, gather fire. Your enemy is in front of you. You have not been able to do anything about it. Your enemy is staring you in the face every day. Every morning you wake up, your enemy is right there. You can't do anything about it. But you rather go to your gatherings and delude yourselves and be killing some enemy in some strange place. Almost. If you cannot tackle your problem, the problems persist. They will remain. They will remain. You heard what the elephant to me say. Everybody is culpable. From your imam, to your pastors, to your teachers, to your lecturers, to the market woman, to the driver, to the mechanic, all of them, everybody is culpable. Everybody's hand is free. You at least you know one person or the person knows somebody that is the hand not clean. This is the society that we have now come to live in Nigeria. Is it not a shame? The elders that are growing up in it, are they happy? I'm just wondering, or they don't care. Hey, it's the same, they don't care attitude. That's why the country is rotten. And you know the irony of it all, most of them are growing older and older and seeing the mayhem that they have created. They are seeing the madhouse that they have created. The likes of Obasanjo, is he enjoying what he's saying? Maybe he doesn't care. A man that could not apologize. He could not think and reflect, self-reflection, and say, I could have done some things a little bit different. Gowon is there. Never for once has that man come out to say, you know what? I was young, I was stupid, I didn't know any better, I could have made the decision better. No, they are afraid of their masters, the colonialists that send them to do job. Meanwhile, the colonialists are drilling gold, collecting mineral, which consign them, their pockets, they are lining it. Yeah? Very soon, France goes to show. They don't deny, France, they abuse everybody. One day they'll say the Naira note, they don't add CF franc to join them. Oh, everybody I go open that day. Say that's also denied, APC they deny until it becomes unavoidably obvious. They may not be denied again, they'll come gaslight you. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with adding a CF franc to our note. After all, we've had a long-standing relationship with friends. I didn't even bother to watch the interview. I saw an interview one man was saying, the fact that Nigeria and the rest of the country have problem with France does not mean we have to have problem with France. Of course, it doesn't mean, because you don't care, because you don't see beyond your nose. All you guys see is the money that they are giving you people. Every day your T-Pain is going to collect loan. Every day, show us what they are doing with the loan, nothing to show. He has gone to Dubai. He's going to come back empty. Maybe they will give him more money. The only people that are borrowing him money is World Bank. World Bank with predatory interests. Money that for generations to come are still paying. if nothing is done. And this whole attitude of, oh, we gotta wait 4 years before we vote anybody out, almost that has to change. Like I said, anybody that's talking about elections in Nigeria and everything, hey, do you, right? That's what you want to do. That's fine. Carry go. But remember, we can walk and chew gum. Those of us that are saying no election, we have to fix it, whatever. If you are not talking about electoral reforms, you are not pushing aggressively, talking about it on the national news station, talking about it on social media, having spaces endlessly about it now. You are on a long thing. 2027 will come, they will play the same card again. Me, I will not join you people. I've said it. I will make my platform available, but I refuse to go through that emotional trauma I went through in 2023. Lie, it will not happen. And somebody will now come and say, oh, well, we did not win. Let's come and prepare ourselves and go to which court? Your court system is Jankara court system, in case you don't know. You people are doing jungle justice. If I was a lawyer in Nigeria, I'll be ashamed of myself. All the lawyers, they have work to do. They cannot gather themselves and say, no, we don't like the way the justice system is going. We need to protest. We need to do something. Everybody just go down. They wear that filthy wig and gown. They run up and down into court with no AC. Mr. Pansat, welcome. Oh, greetings. Good evening, sir. Good to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Omoye. I beg, make nothing make you give up, because you're one of the sane and consistent, the original. So I greet you, I greet all the viewers and participants in the comment section. So
thank you. Welcome.
You're doing such a fantastic job, and you're consistent. I love to hear you talk, because you make sense. You're no nonsense. Like you said, the election has to be sacrosanct, and it will be. I don't think that we should be pessimistic, even though all those point to that. One thing has to be sacrosanct, which is Tinubu cannot be re-elected in that country, because that would just be too much. That would be calling all of us stupid. He's shown that he's incapable
I
of.
have a question, though.
Yeah.
So you are like pushing for I mean, the election, you want people to work towards that. But here's the thing, though. What are people doing? Because without the electoral reforms, without a Mahmoud leaving and they, getting someone who is chosen by the citizens, not by APC, not by the party, to run the election and dissolving that entire INEC, Okoye and the rest of them, all those electoral commissioners or whatever they are called. Don't you think that the same thing is going to play out again?
No, I don't think the same thing is going to play out again. And I have to tell you, I was at Niger Watch the last time I was there, a couple of days ago. And that was the reasonable position that Mr. Elvis was taking, was to say, okay, forget the strategy, forget this. How does somebody win with the system in place, right? So now I don't think I had the time to make it clear. Here is the way we have to be methodical, we have to be reasonable. When you have an election where the problem is INEC and the courts, the system, right? So now every candidate has that in common. Showore has that in common with Peter Obi, with Obi Ezekwesili, or anybody else who could emerge, right? They have that problem. They cannot solve that problem by themselves, right? So now we cannot pick a candidate. It becomes a fallacy to say, oh, I'm not going to support Peter Obi because if he goes there, INEC is going to rig him out and there's nothing he can do. But you forget, in the last election, Showore were also running that election. I'm not saying you're pushing Showore. I'm using that as an example. So he didn't even contest it. He didn't go to court. At least the other ones, Baba Medati and Obi, went to court. And then Obi at that time believed in the system. He's an evolutionary kind of person. He's not revolutionary. They were blessed because we had both an evolutionary candidate and a revolutionary candidate. That's Showore, running in the same election. So Obi couldn't do it with evolutionary thinking, but Showore could not do it either with revolutionary thinking. He couldn't do anything. So now, water always finds its level. What's happened here is totally different. Everybody keeps giving, and I'm going a little long here, but it's very important here. Everybody keeps giving Tinubu the credit for rigging that election. He had nothing to do with it. Tinubu had nothing to do with the 2023 election, would have lost. The culprit there was Buhari and El-Rufai and other northern governors. They're so scared of Peter Obi and popularism that at some point they relented. They were going to fuck Tinubu, right? It was just at the last moment that they said, okay, we better go with this. So Mahmoud rigged the election on behalf of Northerners for Tinubu. They looked at him and said, let's have. Tinubu could not, he lost Lagos. He lost all the things that make him the Jagaban, whatever. He didn't win. He didn't win Kaduna, Kano, all that stuff. He didn't win Lagos. He didn't win Abuja. So the culprit is Mahmoud and Buhari and the Islamic Council who picks the president of the country. So now we should then focus where we're going to say here in the United States. I was telling Elvis that because to him that is so far-fetched. Oh, this is not talk. You talk on that day, you're not going to do anything. That is true, but what is he going to do? What are you going to do? Do you understand what I'm saying? What am I going to do? What is Peter Obi going to do? Individually, we cannot do anything.
Right.
But we have to say one thing that is sacrosanct, insufferable, impermissible, objectionable, unreasonable, is to let these election watchers, this United States, Britain, who are quick to make a phone call, because until that phone call comes from the West, the election is not over. We can form, we have to be prepared to form a cabinet from outside or inside the country. Whoever is going to carry that mandate has to be ready for that because, like we said, it's guarded. We don't have a court system. So it's impermissible to let Tinubu come back as president. That should be catalyst for war. It will be unacceptable. So that's where our strength should go. Making the international community understand that, look, this man cannot come back. He rigged the election. He's incapable of governing. And that we've had it. So any attempt to impose him on the country should be unacceptable to deliver it to me, to you, to Showore, to Peter Obi, to Baba Ahmed. That should be the language, not trying to pick somebody who's better at wrestling power from APC, somebody who's better at straightening out INEC, because none of them can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's a fallacy to be questioning me. Like if I say, look, I'm pushing P2B, which I've been encountering a lot, right? I go to say Nigeria Watch, and he's putting me on the spot to say, hey, look, you keep pushing this man. He's weak. He cannot do this. He cannot do this. He's my principal too. I like P2B, but we have to look for Obi Ezekwesili or Kenneth Okonkwo, who is an orator, an actor, you know, with nice bona fides. I like all these people. All of them, I like them. But they are not Peter Obi, right? They are not. Let's understand that now. Some of the things that Peter Obi comes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I personally, I can't get away from Peter Obi because he's the only man that I feel has the capacity to fix the problems we have in Nigeria. I strongly believe that, right? And my complaints about him has been not coming out strong as an opposition because he's the only one. And he has a lot of people behind him that will stand for him. If he says something, they try to say, you know, to counter him or make threats towards him, like we saw recently, right? And I see him like stepping up to that in his own way, which I have to give him credit for because he did that. I can understand those of us also that are saying, you know what, Peter B, we need somebody who will, because whether you like it or not, Mr. Panzer, we need somebody who would say and show the anger and say, no, This is unacceptable. The election was rigged. You got to make a tough statement. And by the way, somebody came up here last time I was here. We were talking about Peter Obi's media chat and said Peter Obi's media chat has to be more powerful. I don't know who his media people are. He can't just, they just quickly rush something and do no. The projection has to be more powerful, which I agree with. I digress. I just said that as a side note. But people in Peter Obi's ear need to encourage him. I see him doing that now more, which I like. I want him to do more of that because, to be honest with you, deep down, Peter Obi is really the one that can fix Nigeria's problem. I'm serious. As at now, he's a one in a lifetime kind of person, right? But you can understand why people would say, no, we want somebody who will be aggressive when it gets to that point of, you just take the election from him like that, and then him saying he wants to go to court. I am sorry, I'm not going to do that. No. Somebody like Ahmed Dati, for instance, right? If Ahmed Dati, if Mr. Peter Obi had that, aggression about him, just like Ahmed Dati had, with the kind of people that he had behind him, they will not have been able to do what he did. But because Peter Obi is a peaceful man, everybody has to be at peace. My respected elder brother, my respected elder sister, like this, he has slowed down on that one now because we called him out on it like, come on, guy, drop this thing. Too much respect, now they affect us for Nigeria. So I personally, deep down, I want it to be a Peter Obi because I believe in him. That's who I want to be. That's who I see as Nigeria's president, to be honest. Even now with this person, this T-Pain that's running all around, in my mind's eye, it is Peter Obi me I'm saying. Because anything that happens, everybody rushes to Peter Obi. If something happens, they're waiting for his comments. It's crazy. So it's almost like the man, he doesn't have the power, but sort of he has the power because he has the people behind him. So we need to find a way. It's not just, and we talked about the diaspora and all of that. Who are the people that are putting that together? Because it's not just talking now. It's about organizing the diaspora body that will say no and that will have the leverage to go to these people and say, okay, we agree that people have some type of leverage in this country. We cannot have this kind of man representing us. We will not allow it. Who are those people that we are putting together? I don't know about Nadeco, but who are the people and are they partnering with that? Because I know Nadeco sort of has an inroad somehow. They have access to some of these people in Washington, D.C. and the rest of them. Who are the people? Are they organizing themselves? It's gonna be last minute. 2027, everybody will start running around like headless chicken and say, oh, maybe we should. No. This is 2025. Before you know what's happening, 2027 is here. How prepared are the people? How prepared? And how are we educating the people back home? What are we doing to put together, whether it is radio formats, like some of us have discussed here? How are we getting the message across to them to bring them up to speed to what's going on, to make them aware of what's happening and how we want to go about? Who is doing all of this? Where are they? Because to be honest with you, I don't personally, an election in Nigeria is not going to fix Nigeria's problem. It's too messy. It's just too messy. The only thing that will break the back, that foothold of evil, deep-rooted evil in Nigeria, I'm sorry, it has to take some level of fight. I don't know. I don't want to say something more violent, but it has to take some level of fight. The evil is ingrained. You're talking about generations of people that have done evil, and they're still alive. That's the frustrating part. They're still alive. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Pansa, but the reality on ground is, do we really, in good conscience, go on and move forward and vote like we did? Go through the same emotional roller coaster again? Then they not tell you go to court with the same fake judges.
That's why I want us to unravel it right now. Let's talk about it, right? You said all that. I agree with you 100%, except when you pose that question, which is to say, look, do you want to go through all that and have the same result? That what we need is somebody's going to fight. Okay, fine. Who is it? Who's going to fight? Because we cannot be divided as far as having a practical, strategic plan on winning, taking our country back. So if you are in the realm of reality when you're dealing with Peter Obi, it's okay, he cannot do it. He's docile, right? He's timid, he cannot do it. What we need is somebody who can do it. So now you cannot then shift over to an abstract when it comes to naming who that is. Who is it that can do what you're talking about? There is nobody like that. Especially when some of the names actually participated in the election or they are supporter of Peter Obi. So aggression, yes, aggression is good, but when we're talking about aggression, it's not just hostility, belligerence, bellicosity, truculence, some kind of antagonism, right? Combativeness. That will not do it. We know that. It could be as pugnacious as you want. It comes down to being confident, boldness, audacity, and that kind of stuff, of which we have. You have to understand that what happened in 2023 is an aberration. It's an aberration. It's almost the end of an era. Buhari is the one who ruined that country since 2015. And before that, he'd been making noise all over the place to where they were able to use him. The international community, Obama, all those people, they were able to use him to come and ruin our country. So what happened in 2023 was an aberration. So it required the country to go through what it went through. So now, Buhari is gone. Tinubu is not a Buhari. It doesn't come from military-industrial complex of Nigeria. He wasn't a former army general. He's not a dictator in that sense. He has soft power, right? He hasn't been tested. I believe that his balloon can be busted anytime. The Northerners know this and they're ready for that. They don't want him. They thought they can use him to perpetuate the same nonsense that Buhari was doing, but he's coming there and he has his own self-interest and he's taking care of himself. So they're ready. Buhari is a very dangerous man. What he did up to that 2023 election, that's why we're suffering this right now. We have an electoral act in place. Now, Tinubu has come in to do his own style. His style is usually to bribe. His modus operandi is to bribe and then use strong men. It didn't work in Lagos because Lagosians actually want to change. All the progressive people came together in Lagos. So he couldn't win Lagos because it wasn't anything money could buy. That's what's going to happen in 2027. He's going to find out. For example, he didn't win up to 5 or 6 states. But with the hubris and the backing of Northerners, Northern governors, Muslims, they were able to shut down the beavers successfully. They turned it off. They weren't able to smartly outmaneuver the electoral machine itself, the IRF. So they did the crude thing, which is provocative, which is to shut it off. The Nigerians weren't ready for that. Nobody thought anything like that could be possible. So they successfully shut it off and then went through the rigmarole to the Supreme Court, and the courts are already ready for this, right? So now Peter Obi wanted to go through that whole process. He believed in the system. He believed in the process, right? And he couldn't afford not to. That's why we like him, because he's somebody who believes, he's a patriot. He believes in law and order because he went through before and he was lucky at that point. But right now his eyes are open. He knows the court's been taken over. There are a lot of people who are behind. Yeah. Oh, say that again.
But do you think that T-Pain, as it is constituted right now, with his cabal on one hand, his House of Assembly on the other hand, his House of Rep, his judiciary, his police, because they are all the army, all these people, you really think the judiciary they will fold their hand and let somebody come and just stroll without anything, and just, who wants to, first of all, let's say, okay, people go to poll. This guy is going to play out. They will say, yeah, go to poll. By the way, they've already mastered, they probably already have how they are going to read that day. They just, when they see the way it is going, they just call, oh yeah, just like they did 2 a.m., maybe that this time to be afternoon. Oh yeah, you have won again, declare him winner again. And now say go to court. Okay, people will now again follow, go to court. You will now go and jam the judges that are even worse than the previous ones. They will just fling the lawsuit out of court through the window and the door. They won't even let you people come in. Right? Now, after that one happened, remember, Nigerians in Nigeria, they've been beaten down mercilessly. People that are busy looking for how to eat. You think that they're going to have, Nigerians don't have strength again. I know somebody who just came out from Nigeria. Person was telling me, all you see is hopelessness and despair. Like people are literally walking into oncoming traffic because their mind is gone. So they keep telling people, they're sensitizing people. If you see somebody that don't, just carefully talk to them. That's what they're trying to do with people now. So please, help me understand. With a T-Pain in power, with the apparatus, all of it in his hand, you think, by the way, I'm sure you're aware that he's already trying to bribe so that he can clean his records, clean that drug case trafficking thing off his record, right? He's already bribing and doing also. And there are a lot of things he's doing behind the scenes that we will not know until much later. How really do you think that anybody, it's not even Peter Obi now, anybody will come and say, oh, I won the election? And how? Who are the people that will come out and do the fighting?
I'd like to answer that question. I know it's rhetorical, but I could answer it because you are doing exactly what I was expecting us to be doing by this stage. The election has started already for that 2027. So the language is you're asking who can go to T-Pain and be effective. I just told you that his modus operandi, we have the solution for that. His own, like you said, bribe here, do this and other. It didn't work. It didn't work in Lagos. He said he built Lagos and he had the apparatus to do it. It didn't work in Abia State because the person who returns the election there could not be bribed. Madam Oti, Professor Oti, or whatever her name is, right? So that is what we have to replicate all over the place. Tinubu is you right now. We're afraid of him because we are exaggerating his abilities. He does not have that ability. I know what he's planning on. When it comes to the Supreme Court, he's going to buy those people already. Right? When it comes to the INEC, he's going to try to bribe them, but it's not going to work this time. That's a component that's missing, and that's Buhari at the time, and nothing else. They are going to deal with him this time, even Mahmoud, or whoever he trusts him from the north. The north were scared to death of Peter Obi, so they supported him. But the way they feel now is that they say, okay, now it's true that Yorubas cannot be trusted. They feel that he's bombing their people from the air, killing a lot of Northerners in his fight for terrorism. They feel that he's trying to do a tax system that's going to be unfair to them. They feel that he's unfair. So now that council is going to make sure that he doesn't come back. That's for sure. But we can't rely on that. The thing I'm saying, though, when all the candidates have the same problem as Peter Obi, which is ability to wrest power or defend your mandate, all of them have the same problem. So we cannot jettison Peter Obi based on that. Anybody who's making that argument is going to hear from me as we go on from here. I've started that already. You're going to have to be powerful in your presentation. You cannot use rhetorical fallacy. You're going to have to show somebody who can do something that Peter Obi cannot do. That is the burden the person has.
But I know
right?
I hope you're aware that there will be people who will not support Peter Obi.
Of course, why nobody should support Peter Obi unless they want to support Peter Obi. But what you cannot do is to say, hey, look, you're going to bring division among us by saying you don't want Peter Obi because, let's say you want Dele Farotimi, for example, who I have a lot of respect for, who is obedient himself, right? You say, Dele Farotimi fought the courts. He tells the truth. Yes. Dele Farotimi tells the truth. He's a strong human rights arch pillar in human rights. Somebody who tells the truth, says the way it is, courageous, right? But Dele Farotimi is not Peter Obi. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when you come to counting the strategy of how we're going to win, you're going to have to overcome Peter Obi's own positives. Number one, nobody out of the 5 states in the Southeast, he's going to win all of them in the 80 or 90% time. Last time I said that on Niger Watch, Madam Rita says the same thing he told me when it was time to register to vote. She said to me in 2022 that Southeasterners are not even registering. And they put in a figure of how many PVCs have been. And that was just nonsense, right? Because all you have to do is to go back and look at the electoral results, let's say since the Fourth Republic, right? 1999. You look at the voting pattern. If it's Jonathan, he's going to get 90-something% from the Southeasterners, those 5 states. And some in the South have the same pattern. So you go and look at the results, and then you look at the number of votes. There's nobody is an Igbo woman. Kenneth Okonkwo is an Igbo man. So it's not a tribal thing. Those people cannot get the kind of results P2B is going to get. If they challenge P2B in the Southeast, he's going to wipe the floor with all of them, even though they're good. They're better than the other ones.
I agree with you on that.
But you don't have a reason to change P2B unless they are clever enough to go and find something.
Yeah,
in
but
this
you know,
corruption.
it's what you have to understand is the answer to that. People are going to have a preference. You know why? Based on the everyday occurrence in Nigeria. You can't shake that. The truth is, once the election starts, and let's say Peter Obi comes forward again, and there's an energy that comes with elections, right? And the type of energy Peter Obi has is one that pulls people to himself. He has a magnetic type energy, right? He has that charisma. There'll be no Peter Obi's support cannot dwindle because of the kind of person he is. Also, you cannot underestimate even the smallest person come 2027. Even Miss Showori, I'm telling you right now, you cannot.
No, but let me disagree with you because, like I said, there are some things that are settled right now. Let's just
cannot underestimate. I haven't said anything about the person.
I know, but you can, right? Let me what I'm saying to you can, right? We already know a lot. We know a lot right now. Unless there's something totally different. Peter Obi won.
Like I said, right?
But you have to be hearing me out. You have to hear me out.
No, but you just cut me off. I didn't finish what I
wanted. You made a statement that is.
Yeah, but I have to finish, and then you can now come in at that point.
Okay, all right.
Saying that there's an energy that comes with election,
right.
And with everything that's been going on in Nigeria, people are beginning to we need something. We need somebody who can push us, and you cannot deny the fact that people are now starting to look at a show and say perhaps he has the answer. Does that mean he's going to come out forcefully in 2027? Time will tell. You can't really say how things are going to play out.
Okay, but let me in on that. That's one of the things that I can't wait to chime in on, right? What is it? I mentioned to you, Peter Obi comes with 5 states. They name me 2 that Showore come with. You have to look at the strategy of winning the overall election. Between now and that election, name me 1 or 2 states that Showore for sure is going to bring to the table. Peter Obi has a lot of virtues far and above everybody else that I'm telling you about, including them, Aisha them. All these people are obedient, but they still have a lot to offer. So when you are realistic, Peter Obi is a Christian. Now, no, oh, Christianity, what is this? Is this a religious issue? Yes, it is a religious issue. Showore is not a Christian. He's not a Muslim, right? I don't know what the hell he believes in. Showore, when Peter Obi goes to the barber, he's going to say, take it down because I don't want to come back again next week. 2 weeks, it's wasting my money. Cut it all the way down to a brush head, a gentleman's haircut. Showore is going to go there and ask for Ajilo. Now, this is superficial, but I'm trying to tell you the differences. When you see Nigeria hasn't got to the point, like, let's say, of some other more advanced countries, you still have to be presidential. You have to be presidential. You cannot win your precinct in 2 tries. Now, I asked Showore, he was on a show, Dr. Damage. I said, look, are you a capitalist or are you a communist? He says, I'm not a capitalist. I bet you didn't know that yourself. How can you go running for office? We don't know the political leaning you have. Now we don't even know the economic leaning you have. So I said to him, look, first of all, you have to understand, after he said, I'm not a capitalist, that's a quote, unquote, then he went out to elucidate, so, extolling the virtues of communism, but he says it's not the same like it used to be in the past. That you cannot actually recognize some of these founders of communism. Communism means that you cannot own private property. Now, Omoye, you cannot believe this. A day before he was supposed to appear, I was on the show. I went backstage and we're talking. I said, look, show what it says. They're all the same. Peter Obi is the same as Tinubu, as the rest of them. That's only one thing that he means by that, because everybody knows they're not the same. This is a man that is full of all the virtue in the world: patience, wisdom, respect, kindness, modesty, honesty. Somebody who has empathy. It's not the same thing as a conniving Tinubu. But there's only one reason he says that is their economic system they believe in. They are capitalists. I swear, I theorized that. Then the next day when he came, I asked him the question. So now you have a guy who doesn't believe in capitalism. Now, you could make the argument, maybe he's a socialist, and that's more palatable than a communist, right? But the thing that then gives it away is method of coming to government that he prefers is by revolution. And then there happens to be, you could Google it yourself, you're going to find out that the difference between a socialist and a communist, aside from the private ownership of property, is the means by which you come into office. I'm for a revolution, right? Because it's intractable, the kind of problem we have. I'm for war. I'm to his right. But his damage is to people like Jonathan in 2015. Show what it says that Jonathan and Buhari are the same. They're not the same. That cost him that election. Now, when you poke at Showore and say, hey, look, you made us have to endure 8 years of Buhari. It's your fault. He says, no, how could that be? There's a little on me. But he was powerful then with his Sahara reporter. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. You're skipping who is it that can do what you're saying P2B cannot do. Nobody can do that. Nobody can assure that the election is sacrosanct and is done according to law. Nobody can do that. It's all of us who have to do that. You cannot jettison P2B based on that because the rest of them cannot do it. Sure, if he could do it, he ran in that election in 2023 and he lost, but he didn't even challenge it up to the Supreme Court, which P2B did. So how is he better? So if he's not better, then who? They refer to me, who I respect as the topmost human rights, somebody who believes in the truth, who has no jingoism in him. He has no religious animus. Just somebody who's genuinely an African hero. He's obedient. He's not going to challenge Peter because he knows that Peter Obi is the man. What we're not going to do, for example, I know I'm about to get into a fight with you now, which I cannot avoid it. So let me just go ahead and get it over with. I'd say that people from your state, Edo State, they've been a problem. You cannot come in the middle of something you've been doing very well that needs patience. We almost have to go through what we went through before people get it. Right now, they see that people cannot deliver. He didn't build anything. Only an imbecile will go voting for Tinubu after we went through, of which that's nationwide. Everybody have that problem. We have a lot of imbeciles in the country. But ordinary for your state to go there and elect Olumide Abatta or Mr. Ighodalo, they let somebody, Monday Ebelo, who didn't campaign, didn't show his face, to take power from there. So now they're going to leave that, the fact that they could not wrestle that power back, but all the stuff they're advising P2B to do, whatever it is, how come you don't do it in your state? That man did not win that election. So now you're going to leave everything we're doing here because you say when the election comes, it comes with a different aura. The day Baba, like one of the comments in the comment section is saying, oh, Baba Ahmed cannot be seen, has not been seen for a while. Well, it's all a plan. These are smart people. The day Baba Ahmed emerges and say, hey, look, I've been gone, but I'm here on this step. P2B is the man. That will raise their ticket even way higher. He's not supposed to be out there running his mouth like everybody else. So what I'm saying to people from your state now, I have a lot of problem with Edo State. I got to tell you the truth, Omar. It's so bad that you're from there. So I had to tell you. You cannot, after what we've done now, you're going to start. Who are you looking for? Who's going to do it? INEC is corrupt. This man, Tinubu, came there and said, oh, you want Edo State? Everybody go, hey, it's okay, I'm going to give you Edo State. And he actually came there and gave it to them. And then I'm watching to see what you're going to do about it. What is it that you're telling P2B to do that you cannot do in your state to take that stuff back? Now, we're watching, he's going to tribunal, maybe the PDP, your candidate, is going to emerge, and then I'll clap. But that's exactly what P2B did, is to go to the tribunal and then go all the way to the Supreme Court. That's what you're doing. That is something that Showore cannot do. If Ezekwesili is there, that's what she's going to do. What else is she going to do? If Kenneth Okonkwo is there, what else is he going to do? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying, and I can't. You know why I'm not even pushing back? I just want you to have the floor. You see what I did there, Mr. Pansat? I didn't interject you, even when you were saying things that I was ready to wrestle you with. But I let you have your day. I let you have the time to express yourself and say everything you want to say. You see how much don't you appreciate that? Did you not feel like, yeah, I had the opportunity to really say what I wanted to say? There was no pushback. Let me tell you something. Edo State, yes, I completely agree with you. I can't even disagree with you on that. Because you have a point there. Why did they not wrestle the power away from somebody who said that they were going to give power to these people and they actually did it, right? I completely agree with you there. I can't even push back. There's no pushback from me, right? That is a very important truth that you spoke. Why did the people in Edo State not rise up and wrestle, knowing that they did not, in fact, vote for this man that was imposed on them? Why did they not do it? Why did they not do it? That's the question. And it's true, because you tied it into the reason why people did not rise up and fight during Peter Obi. It's the same thing we're complaining about. Why did they not do it in this state? That's it. That's true. That's very true. Why didn't those people rise up and say, oh, no, we no go agree. We can't allow this. We can't allow this man come and, wreck the state even further. We will refuse. We will stand our ground. It didn't happen in Edo State.
I'm trying to even say a word because you're talking, right? So you have to invite me back in. You got to set up to where you admonishing me that you didn't interrupt me. When you have a dialogue, you can interrupt. There's nothing wrong with that. But go ahead.
No, I don't, because for the benefit of the listener, it's very important not to interject like that, so that the listener can hear you clearly as to what your points are and what you're trying to say. And then I cannot have the opportunity to speak my own mind when you're done. That's why the interjections don't really usually work well, because sometimes it can go off on a tangent, So yeah, I do agree with you. But having said that, though, you said something earlier that I want to correct. I hope you know that I am not saying that Peter Obi should be jettisoned. Thank you very much, Steve, for pointing that out. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, you have a point. You have strong points about Peter Obi and why he should be supported, and you must carry on and continue to support him. Yes, but as much as you're saying that, there are people, like it or not, that are saying, oh, you know what, Peter Obi does not have that, whether, no matter how much you explain it, people are always looking for a leader who's going to stand strong and firm. I don't care how you explain it. That's just the truth, which I see people, like I said earlier, I see Peter Obi working on that and actually doing something, because he's now starting to recognize that is needed. He's not coming out as forcefully as everybody expects him to, but he's doing it in his own way. And it is encouraging for a lot of his supporters to see that it is in, I don't care how you explain it, Mr. Pansa, it is very important for him to take strong stance like that. Because there are people who are going to look to Sowore and say, Sowore has that mindset and that aggression. Say whatever you want. You can say he's this, he's that, he's the other. There'll be people who will stand strong and say it is him or nothing. My own is, we have to find a way to also get in the ear, do what we need to do as a people. Come to terms with the fact that we're not going to allow these people get away with what they did, the way they did it in 2023. So the question now is, what are the people doing? Are they really working right now to make sure that those things are put in place? Or are they waiting for 2027 to come, and then everybody will start doing emergency, let's do this first. Let's do that first, because that is a possibility. I don't see a lot of action. I do not see a lot of action. Everybody has a role here. What are we doing? And who is in Peter Obi's ear to tell him, Oga, we know you're a nice guy. Nigeria, you are fighting with demons. If you're fighting with demons, you cannot go in that same format. We saw how it played out. They disregarded him. Even the judges were insulting the fact that he brought a case before them. They were very denigrating and all of that. You think I want to go through that again? No. I have said times without number here that I don't see an election in 2027. And I still stand by that. However, if there's an election, I will make my platform available. It's simple, because I can't. The emotional trauma of seeing people counting, and what's his name? That man, what's his name? Is it not Keyamo? Not Festus Keyamo. What's the other guy's name that's very troublesome in PDP? When he stood up and he was saying, no, we don't accept this, and everybody was sitting down and watching it. I can never forget that incident. It was painful to watch.
Orubebe or
no,
Dino Malaye.
Dino Malaye. When he stood up, that's the time that people should have, outside of that, the county, should have been overwhelmed by people already. They would have put fear in them, like they don't know. They'll be saying, we don't know what could happen. No. People should have overwhelmed that place, first of all. And then
Yeah.
as they're counting, as Dino Melaye stood up, everybody there that is not APC should have stood up as well. And somebody should have grabbed that man, collect all the paper and start showing it.
Don't forget to let me in now. I'm being a gentleman. Now, what I'm saying is the 2 points there. First of all, let me respond to those 2 points very quickly. The one you said about Dino Melaye, you are advancing my point, right? Nigerians aren't ready for anything like that. These people are Peter Obi, they already know that, and they would have gone that path. So that's not going to happen. But the most important point is the one you made earlier, maybe 5 minutes ago, and I'm hoping that you're going to take this in good spirit. Don't copy Mr. Elvis. I know that he's a juggernaut in broadcasting and he's a good man, tries to pursue the truth. I always give him credit for that. But don't do what he did, for example, in the Edo election. After he worked so hard for the Labour Party, right? Beautiful. It's how I got to know who Peter Obi is. And I commended Mr. Elvis for doing that. But then, just like that, he says he's not going to participate in his own state gubernatorial election. He's going to sit on the fence and make his platform available. That was sad. So please don't do that, Omoye, because you're not basing anything on results. You're doing the right thing.
Mr. Pansa,
yeah.
You have to understand, number one, let me put it out here because there'll be other people listening. I'm not copying. I don't copy anybody. I do my own thing. So I'm not copying Niger Watch or whatever is out there. Please, that has to be very clear. I'm doing my own thing. Right. I'm running my show the way I please. Okay.
That has
to be very, very clear. Then the other thing is this.
Go ahead.
I'm going to repeat this. I will not, and I refuse to put myself through the emotional roller coaster I went through in 2023. I have not recovered from it. There is no way. I made a comment earlier, Mr. Pansa, if you were listening. I said that I do not see an election happening in 2027. That's my stance. That's where I'm standing on. But should there be an election, I will make my platform available, but I refuse to put myself through that again. No,
we cannot endure anything like that. That's one of the points I'm making.
Well, that's what I'm choosing to do. You can do what you want to do, but my own stand is I will not. There's no way. Do you know how painful? Let me tell you. Let me remind you, in case people are forgetting. Do you know how many people died during the 2023 election? Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people were maimed? Don't have their members complete till today as we speak. Do you know how many people lost everything because of that election that are still struggling to get it back till today? Do you realize that? Peter Obi, you know why somebody like me, I really appreciate Peter Obi. He understands that. So he takes the time and he visits these people because he knows how it affected them. You want me to sit down? That girl's eye that they almost gouged out, that still went ahead and voted. You want me to sit here and go, no, it's not going to happen. You can do that, like I said, to each their own. But you see the election, unless I see the election and you come, I am convinced without a shadow of a doubt, and the people put their money where their mouth is. And I see real action that, man, these people are ready to go all the way. Perhaps that would encourage me to now say, okay, I am standing solidly. But to say to sit down and watch again, these people wreck us emotionally, and they now tell us go to court, to go and meet the same judges that abused us in the face. God for. I'm not used to abuse you. Me, I don't tolerate disrespect. So I will not even allow anybody to abuse, first of all. So I will not put myself. No, now, Mr. Pansat, you are being wicked, though. You want me to suffer twice. No, now, until you people show me that you are ready. I will say, okay, these people are ready. Oh, yeah, let me carry my head and enter. But say I will come again, suffer 2 times. That will say affliction cannot come again second time.
Okay, now.
If I allow myself go through the affliction, I've done myself now.
Okay, make a chime in a
Oh,
little
yeah,
bit,
talk.
because if you say like say they misunderstand me too. I hear what you're saying. As far as I'm concerned, election will not be election unless OC is right there doing exactly what she does best. But Madam OC, there's a virtue I want to highlight amongst all the numerous virtues out there. And that particular virtue is perseverance. Very, very important. Because you cannot go by a country you wish you had, or a country you wish you have. You have to go with the country you have. This is, we just gone all the way to the end to the bottom. We're at the bottom now. So now we can only go up. So perseverance, what happened in 2023, it's not lost. We didn't waste our time. That's a big lesson for everybody in the country and those in diaspora. We learned a big lesson. So it's a virtue that we have to highlight when I go through it again, that it's not punishment. We learned a lot. P2B or whoever comes in next would even be better because we went through what we went through.
I understand what you mean by perseverance, Mr. Pansat.
Yeah,
but
which means you have to go through difficulty. Yeah, you go through difficulty.
I understand what you mean by perseverance, but that is for a functional country. That is for a country where the structures are in place.
Exactly.
Where you have the, the structure somehow will give you what you fought for because it is the right thing. But when you are in a jungle, your abuse continues. That is the part that bothers me about this whole thing in Nigeria.
I'm not done, Omoye, and I think we have.
Go ahead, please wrap it up so that Mr. Sid can talk. Since we have
okay, so I was gonna say, who is it that's joining our company? Let's put it that way. Now, there is something that I want to. I think it's one of the reasons why I'm here. I want to make it very clear. There is no moral equivalence between Sowore and Peter Obi. None. I want you to really understand, because I know that you support Peter Obi more than I do. So I'm preaching to the choir, but there are others who are listening and who are making that mistake. I've confronted Sowore maybe 3 times already on this, and especially his supporters. I know if you watch Dr. Damages at your spare time, you probably saw me over the weekend when we had Madam Adiola as a guest, and I was asking her what kind of boss was it. I don't know her. I asked a very fair question. She could have just said, you know what, Sowore will make the best president, and go on to elucidate things in his favor. But I asked my question boldly because all those people who used to work as Sahara reporters, when they come, including Okendibe being the first one, I asked him. In his case, he cut to the chase and he said, no, he will not make a good president. Now, people were asking me, why are you so obsessed with Sowore? I like Sowore a lot. I give him credit for what he's done. He's a very strong advocate for our civil rights, and he's paid a lot of price for this. And I give him credit for that. I know he's very important. That's why I hope you come to his senses, get in line, and help us take our country back as a progressive movement. You run, yes, challenge Peter Obi at the primaries, at whatever level, but at some point, when there's a binary choice, and you know you don't have it, the people are choosing somebody else, and you get in line and get it done. That's what I'm saying. So anybody, when we're talking, they say, oh, or Sowore has the courage. That's nonsense. Everybody's got the courage. I said that if we have somebody who they're methodical in what they're doing, they know the beast we're dealing with, and they want to take it easy, to put a lot more vigor, energy, dynamism, zeal, that kind of stuff, that kind of force, rather than warmongering, combativeness, pugnaciousness, and stuff like that, belligerence, right? So we have to now, unless somebody come up and say, okay, at least when INEC try to rig the election, here's this guy's got the solution. It's not going to let it happen. Or this person has an advantage. When it gets to the courts, he's going to stop the courts. Or this person could call Nigerians and say, everybody come on the streets, and Nigerians will obey that person. When you have somebody like that, I'm going to shift right away to that person. I'm not even going to waste it once. I'm not going to think about it. But it's something that you're going to have somebody who can do that. You cannot deal with that in the abstract. I said, I'll conclude by saying that. There's a couple of points, Omoye, that I want you, because you don't like anybody suggesting anything to you, because you treat suggestion like an order. It's not an order for me to say, don't give up, try to persevere. You didn't waste your time. Everything we did in 2023, we're going to gain from it at some point. So I'm not ordering you to do that or disrespecting you. I'm trying to suggest something for you to peruse and consider and do the right thing. You can't say I'm not copying Elvis, and he's sitting on a fence in a crucial, important election. He's sitting on the fence. Say, okay, here's my platform. You guys talk about it, but I'm not going to support anybody. What a nonsense!
Hello.
Yeah. Okay.
Can
go
I
ahead.
come in now, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Omoye, good day. Everybody, good day.
Long time. Welcome, my brother.
Yeah.
Before you jump in,
I just came in.
Yeah, let me quickly say something, Mr. Pastor. Sorry, not verse. Mr. Pastor,
No,
again, I'm not copying. Do not put this out there. I don't want any problems with anybody. I'm not copying any. There are so many people that I can copy. Okay? Please. I'm not. Everybody is doing their own thing. Yeah? If you have any issues with Nigeria, please take it there. I don't want to be talking about somebody else when just go there and tell him. I know you can tell him to do it. Please go there and do that. Please don't be saying copy. I don't send anybody papa for this media space. Now my own I will do. I can't sell my own market. Everybody sell their market. Okay. Now the other thing is this: you cannot. You say I treat suggestion as a command. I have not alluded to that in any way, shape, or form. You are the one who is bringing that up and giving your own perception to it. I've not said, oh, this suggestion, everything that you have said, I've agreed with some and I've disagreed with some. If it's a suggestion that I feel is reasonable and I want to take it, I'll take it, but this is not a suggestion.
Everything I say is reasonable. You have to take everything I say.
Wait, I'm not interjecting when you talk. I beg. I'm not talk my own so that somebody else will talk. You say, me they treat her like an order. That's not true. That's actually false. You are telling me now from the way you take talk now order you order me. They tell me say, you have to support Peter Obi or however way you said it. It sounds like an order. I mean, I'm not in the army. Not people the army, they collect order.
You're doing exactly what I said.
No, that's not the point. The point is this. I have said to you what I think and my position. You should respect it and say, okay, Peter Obi is not lost on me. Why do you think I come here every day? Peter Obi is not lost on me, and to a lot of us, Peter Obi is not lost. But that doesn't mean that we cannot take certain positions. You cannot force anything down my throat now. You cannot make me say, okay, it has to be Peter Obi or not. If another candidate show up 2027, when Sabi and he get the hot head and everything, and people follow, why not go support that person? You yourself, you said that just now. So I beg, more respect each other. No, they can't talk with you and not talk for you.
You don't say I never come here with quarter. Maybe you.
I don't know quarter today because
you abuse me. All right, let me just say a few things before. Yeah. Well done to everybody and the panel and everyone listening. I think the most important thing is this. All right, and that's what I said from the last election. I said we've wasted almost 18 months just focusing on what is not important, and while T-Pain is busy clearing his ground for 2027. I'm of the firm belief that the election will hold. The question is how the election will be. If it's about it holding, it will likely hold. But the question is, are we ready for the outcomes? Or how can we change the outcomes? And I had this proposal. I said, first of all, Peter Obi must ensure that his ground base, just like Trump ensured that in the last 4 years he was not there, his MAGA movement was intact. So the obedient movement, first of all, has to be intact, that he has that base. And I think he has been able to bring out the obedient movement out of the Labour Party to make it stand alone and have that authentic base, because that is his bargaining chip. That's why he's being courted by everybody, because he has that base till now. Why is it that Tinubu and his cohorts keep attacking him? Because they know he has the base. He has an organic base, and to rig an election, you need to overwhelm that his organic base. So he has that base. That's number one. Number two, we can chew gum and walk at the same time. Electoral reforms must be pursued by all and sundry. That's number one. And number two, we must also look for second options.
Background.
Because you see, we are dealing with animals here. We are not dealing with normal human beings that want a peace. The person that is current president, he is not somebody that does peaceful elections anytime. His history doesn't have peaceful election around it. Historically, he's used to hijacking elections. So, and two, he's politically savvy or savvier than the last president. The last president is docile. All right, the last president was just about his personality and just feeling big, but he had no brains. Forgive me to say that, but he had no political brains. So he was just sitting down just like a puppet. But the current president is not like that. He's a serial politician, and he's playing that politics on all levels, using everything he can use to even launder his image so that 2027 is a smooth sail. And he knows, just like you and me know, that he is having problems with his own political base, which is the North, that he has deceived the North, and the northern elements know that. So this election 2027, or for us that know that there will be an election, whether it will be free and fair is a second question, is that can that North that is angry and feeling betrayed, can they come into a coalition with a candidate that they can trust, that will not somewhat betray them? And I think that's the dichotomy between Sowore and Obi. Sowore feels that Obi is still part of that establishment, and he may have to make a deal with the aggrieved North. But we have to look at it from this point, that look, when we are facing this kind of war, it's not only the obedient that will deliver this, in my own opinion. My own opinion is the obedient, that's the base. But we also need people to fight on the front of electoral reforms, to push pressure for at least some form of electoral reforms. However, we need muscle, and that muscle will be from unconventional places. And in my opinion, one of the unconventional places will be with the North. The North is desperate. The North is trying to swing back, and the North knows that they have what I call Northern privilege, that they can talk to the president. I can't do with them anything. Bala Mohammed has talked to the president many times that they will not accept it. We see Ndume saying it. They don't do anything to those guys because it's called Northern privilege, and Tinubu cannot touch them. So the North knows that they have something called elections and they can drive it, it's very hard to really maneuver them in the north in terms of their voting. If you go to INEC headquarters to change their voting down in the north, you have created mayhem immediately. You can, if you notice how northerners vote, is you cannot easily rig that election if they have not allowed it to rig, especially in the north. You can rig the south, that's easy. But that north is very hard. You leave it as it is, or as they want it rigged. So that is the negotiation that we must start to see, and we must be open-minded to say, to remove a Tinubu government, it will take many forces together, not just one obedient. As it stands like this, the obedient movement cannot, I repeat, cannot remove this government. And I think that's where Omoye is coming from. We are all having that issue of, we all ran with this objective that, okay, with the current electoral reforms and with the way elections were going, we had seen that in Osun State, we had seen that in Anambra, that with the Brivas and all that, we can get the elections together. And that guy slighted Nigerians, deceived many Nigerians, and we fell into that trap without knowing that they don't really need that. We have seen what the Supreme Court has said. You don't need all that. So that means elections, Tinubu is not depending on people's votes to call elections. He has proved it in 2 elections. In the Imo State election, in the Edo State election, he has proved it, and the last Osun State, I don't know, the last Oyo State election, oh no, I've forgotten the Southwest State that just had the elections. That election, he has proved that we can call our results from where we are sitting. We don't need 2 people's results. So that means it's a different kind of fight. You need muscle and you need coalition. So that if you are able to get that coalition of the north, some strong states in the north that are seriously aggrieved with his taxation and with his, monopolization or Yorubanization of Nigeria, with his own cartel, if they are aggrieved enough with the hunger and say, you know what, let us align with this Igbo man. Maybe he will allow us some perks. Let's just, since we're already suffering, let's just align with him and give him. The only challenge which Tinubu is currently using now, and if you're a political mind, you will see it from afar. The only challenge that the North is having is which horse can they back? Do they back the Atiku horse, or do they back the Obi horse? The challenge with the Atiku horse is they know that majority of Nigerians and Tinubu is going to use the South-South agenda, or his Southern turn. 2, if they back the Obi horse, will Obi do 1 term and give it back to the North? Because the North will be saying, oh, the South is now done 2 terms. So that is the real political question that is currently going undercurrent. If that question is answered and the North come out from their high horse and say, look, we are all in this whole mess already, let us just back the Southeast person, I think we may be closer to it. And these are the realities. And I'm saying that with the current realities. Let's say there's no change of Mahmoud. Let's say there's no change of electoral reforms. Let's say it is a status quo like this. Then you have to find plan B, meaning that people should come out and hold their ground if they want change. If not, nothing will happen. I can assure you, nothing will happen. It will be same. So this is my own take. So all this talk we are talking at the end of the day is, 1, we have to push on all fronts. Obi is doing what he's doing. He's becoming forceful, which is good, which many people wanted. He's showing some sort of grit, which his own group has pushed him. People like Omoye's boyfriend has pushed him, has cajoled him that you cannot stay the way you are doing. You have to put some level of oomph to the pressure, which he's now responding. And he's now becoming the face of the opposition. That's one. And he's trying to do all he can do, all the handshakes he can do in the north, which is threatening the APC. But there's also what the people have to do. The people have to find their best to do it. So Omo is right in a way that, look, I can't go through this whole pressure. Many people can have emotional breakdown. You can't go through all this pressure, but my platform is open. I'm still backing the horse of Obi because he's the only viable candidate that can bring any real change to Nigeria, which is fair enough. So that means our platform will be open for people to engage during that time if there's an election. But the question is, even if there's an election, there must be a strategy to outwit the system as it is now, because there's no system in the world that is foolproof. Even no matter how strong Tinubu's system looks, if you study it very well, there will be some cracks, but that crack will depend on each person holding their ground, each group holding their ground, and each group realizing that we need each other to win. But if the obedience alone think that it's only obedience, I can guarantee you it's not only obedience that can bring this election the way most Nigerians want. I would say most Nigerians, because not everybody likes Obi. So most Nigerians want a good government. So that's my own take in this situation. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Josie. You said it succinctly. That's all I'm saying, though. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. We cannot be doing the same thing and expecting the same result. There's no doubt. We can't argue that Peter Obi is the person, right? We cannot argue with that. I don't see any other viable candidate right now. I don't. That's the truth. But we don't know what 2027 is going to present to us, right? And like you said, everybody needs to come together and really, really decide, how do we want this? We all want new Nigeria. In what way do you want? That's the question I asked. You want a new Nigeria. New Nigeria is possible. How do you want to achieve it? You know, we cannot divide each other because we're trying to get a new Nigeria. That should be out of the picture. We have to find a way to work together to ensure that we get this new Nigeria. 2027 comes around and, you know, Peter Obi is up there and he's doing what he needs to do. Everybody is also getting themselves ready. You know, the diasporas are also, you know, doing their own thing, putting the weight behind what they want to do in terms of, you know, talking to these people in Washington and all of that. All that needs to be happening all at the same time because we have a country to save. As we can see, it's very rocky, you know. So that's it. You just put it succinctly, my brother. Thank you so much, Sid, for coming up. I really appreciate. Mr. Pansat, you have the floor. Let me mute.
Thank you very much. That is something that I don't hear quite often, Mr. Pansat. You have the floor. Now, Sid, I always see you in the comment section. I've never actually seen you on a platform. And boy, your head's in the right place. Very wise. You made a lot of points. I actually agree with you 100%. That's really quite seldom. But I guess you attained that. You were able to pull that off because you didn't deal with the real hot potato issue that I was squabbling with Miss OC on. But I'll come to that. Omoye talked about or mentioned Showere a lot. I've been accused of being obsessed with Showere because I want us to have that unity of purpose I'm talking about. When you have somebody who will always show a sacrifice, right? One of his cause celeb is to get Abiola's national holiday presidency at posthumously because he feels that Abiola won that election. I forgot how far back that was. And before he was assassinated in 1998, bills that on June 12th of that particular year we're talking about, that he won the election. So he was working for it. But then you look at Abiola's background. There's a song made by Fela Ransom Kuti and Anikulapo Kuti, excuse me. That song is called ITT, International Thief. Some of the, if you're not familiar with the lyrics of that song, maybe you should look at it because he made it very clear who he's talking about. In one line of it, he mentions Abiola, like Obasanjo and Abiola, right? And then the chorus goes, International Thief, right? And he said that many foreign companies in Africa carry all our money go. Many foreign, the lyrics says that he's an international thief that's corrupt, makes friends with the army and the journalists and buys the newspapers and does a lot of things that a crooked person does. So a Nigerian big man, although he was a sports guy, charitable, did a lot of things, but he made his money in crooked ways. So Sowore has been fighting to have that June 12th made a national holiday. And then you come around, you say you're not going to support P2B because he used to be in the PDP. Now, how absurd. You cost us the 2015 election by supporting Buhari over Jonathan. I'll say they're the same. We have to get serious. That's what I'm saying. There is no moral equivalency. Peter Obi, for one thing, is clean. As well as somebody can be clean. If you have something, an allegation against him, you go to EFCC, make it official. Let them investigate it and charge him to court. Even then, he's still innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The moral certainty, you got a long way to go, especially when you have the ability to do opposition research. You run an election against him. Then you should go there. You already have the expertise. You've been accusing everybody with all kinds of evidence, including Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Dora Akunyili. Some of our women who already have it tough enough, you're over there destroying them, their character. So now Jonathan goes against Buhari. You destroy Jonathan's character because he was very powerful then. So I chalk it on that youth. He was exuberant and youthful at the time. And we all upset at all our politicians. So we accuse everybody of being a crook. That's okay. But now he has no excuse. Peter Obi is the best when it comes to character in the continent. Better than Obama even here in the United States. So that's why I am saying you have to put your hands on the hot button issues that we're talking about, Sid. I was very impressed with your presentation. I think you're right on the money. The things that we're talking about now, though, is how do we come together? How do we stop comparing apples to a motorcycle? You say he has some kind of force. Where? I forgot how many times he's called for people to come out and rally to do something right for the country. And I give him credit for initiating it, but it's usually a bunch of kids singing songs, university songs. Nigerians are recalcitrant. They don't want to do anything for their liberty and their freedom. Sowore has courage and he tries, but he's failed woefully to ignite even that. So we're dealing right now in the realm of evolutionary change. And I was telling Madam OC that he has to persevere. We didn't waste our time. In an evolutionary country like this, we're going through this vehicle, which is one that's not combative or bellicose or truculent. And we'll have to either go through with it or go in storming Aso Rock, stoning these crooks and doing something with that. That's not what we have. The horse we have here is one that is going to do it properly, do it the right way. If we want revolution, then we're going to go with somebody who's revolutionary. And I'm talking about people like Delefara Tumi, Baba Ahmed Dati. So all these people are still on board with us. We cannot let somebody who's had a history of pissing inside, cost us that 2015 election, destroyed people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. But the international community says, no, here's the middle finger. You're wrong. This woman is Harvard educated. She's good. And they gave her a position in the international monetary area to head them, even after 151 articles, negative articles with one neutral. So that's all I'm saying. I like Showore, don't get me wrong. I like him. We need him inside. But he has to be admonished, and people should stop pairing him up with Peter Obi. They're not on the same league. It's not even up to shining Peter Obi's shoes. Let's put it that way. One of things Showore does is to call out people who are corrupt in the country. He did a fantastic job as the people's journalist, being at the right place at the right time when social media came out, and he did very well with that. But he cannot then be costing us all these elections. One of them is like 4 years, 8 years after he does it. So I'm saying that you should sit. I'm so impressed with you. I've never heard you talk before. I see you when I come here in the comment section, and I know you're good friends with Madam Osi. So I appreciate not being interrupted. So there are other things I have to say, but let me go ahead and yield back, and hopefully we'll do another round before you close it up. Then I go to the other point. Some of the things I'm suggesting you should put your head into is the hot potato issues. Do you think that Peter Obi is now somebody we should be looking for, somebody who's going to take his place? We're already in the election right now. Make no mistake about it. 2027 has started. Who are you going to? We know everybody who's in the country. There's nobody you're going to bring that comes with some of these things. Nobody else. Not Ezekwesili, not Rudolph Okonkwo, Kenneth Okonkwo, not Aisha, not Delefara Tumi. All these people have a lot of positives, but we all should be in one progressive movement. I don't like the name obedient. I really don't. But that's not enough for me to jettison it, right? But we should use the lessons we learned at OC from the last time and then move forward. Thank you very much.
Well, I guess, Mr. Pansah, you just want to say what's on your mind, what's been bothering you from maybe the various platforms you've been to, and maybe you didn't have to get an opportunity to really express it the way you want. So tonight is your lucky night, and you are getting to express that uninterrupted. We are not fighting. You are not fighting with me. I'm not fighting with you. Somebody shout hallelujah in the comment section. Now, having said that, though, I'm not even talking about right now. I'm not even the candidate for 2027 who is going to be. I don't care about that. What we need to be focusing on right now, the work that needs to be happening, that I said earlier, we can work and keep going at the same time, is people need to be trying to, those that are saying election, they are in support of election, start shouting from the rooftop and making moves on how they can fix the electoral laws. How they can change the people there that will give us the necessary victory. I don't know how it's done, but whatever needs to happen, because without electoral reforms, without the BVN working and they jettison everything or they wreck it so that the numbers are not tallying properly, we are back to square one. So these are the real issues on ground that people need to be talking about right now. Not who the candidates of 2027 will be. That will sort itself out. Even Peter Obi himself has said, which election? We don't even know if we're going to survive till the next day. He said that. So what are we doing? If you're saying, okay, election, you are probably in your head, you've already had your own candidates and all of that, but we have to address those very crucial issues first, because that's what's going to ruin or wreck whatever plan we have in 2027. That's just the truth. I don't know if you listened to Dele Farutini's video from last Sunday. He gave some points, and he talked about what he thinks can be done. And he's going to come back and continue to talk to people about it. We can't continue like this. Something needs to be done. And we cannot be saying, oh, 2027 election. No. What is going to happen now? Something needs to be done now. Your justice system is zero. Your electoral law, zero. Your police, zero. Everything is zero right now. So what are you going to do to make sure that in the event that you're fighting for a 2027 election, everything lines up so that, and you must have plan A, plan B, plan C. In case one does not work out, you switch to B. In case B does not work out, you switch to C. See, I don't know if you know your connection. You've lost connection and I cannot add you the way you are. You have to turn on your camera and mic before I can add you, in case you can hear me. So, so that's what I'm saying. I don't think, for me, it's not about, I think we came here to also talk about it. Honestly, I don't even think that's even right now. No matter how much, it almost feels to me like they're demarketing the man for no reason. Because he's doing that justice. He's doing what he needs to do, and he's doing that for himself. I don't know why we're talking about Sowore. That's not what I want to talk about. I'm talking about how do we arrive at what it is that we're all clamoring for? What things are we putting in place? Because we should not forget that we have to carry people at home. We have to carry them along as well, because they will be the ones to put their body on the line again in the event that there's an election that's going to take place. So I don't know. I don't know what 2027 is going to look like. I have said it times without number. I don't see an election in 2027. But okay, that's just my opinion. We can walk and chew gum. Other people are supporting and saying, yes, there will be an election in 2027. How are you going to ensure that the things that happened in 2023 does not repeat itself in 2027? Are we putting the necessary things in place? Let it not just be talk. Because 2023, now so we they talk, debate. Talk, speak English. Professor of this, lawyer in this. Well, this is how the system works. The BVM will transport the whatever, beavers. I hear beavers or BVM. I call it confused. I beg. We can't repeat the same thing over and over again. It doesn't make any sense. Now, madness. So that's what I'm interested in. All this one of which candidate is going to come up, we don't know. I want to see the person that's going to deliver in 2027. That's all I care about. So at this point, we all need to come together as a people in Nigeria. If we want to really see Nigeria thrive and pull it out of the hole that it is in right now, everybody needs to find a way to work together. I'm telling you, because obedience cannot do it alone. The supporters of me alone cannot do it. We need everybody, one way or the other. We have to find a way to work together. I don't know how that's going to look like, but that's just my own 2 cents. And I need to wrap this up. I beg, I won't go sleep.
All right. I don't think we're far off. You can chew gum and walk at the same time. You said that a couple of times, which means we can talk about the electoral process, the laws, while we also talk about those who have been destructive in the past. So a lot of things that happened in that 2023. One of them is this Sowore phenomenon. It's it contributed to the problem we have. But you referenced Dele Farutimi and his speech, and he makes one key point. That point was that unless, now because we have the Electoral Act of 2023, and that law from 60 to like 65 sections of law. Very clear that from that polling unit, you have to transmit that result to the IREV. You have to, it's a law. Now, if there's a reason why, there's a technical reason why you couldn't obey that law, then you have to rerun the election. These things are not supposed to be decided by the Supreme Court. So that is a very key point that Dele Farotimi made. And that myself have made that point in the past. It's very, very important. If you don't do those things, then the election doesn't have integrity. But just with that alone, we shouldn't fear anything, because INEC should find out at the same time we'll find out who's winning where. It's the law from section 60 to 65, and actually recommends punishment for somebody who doesn't do that, including the chairman of INEC. He should be cooling off on the slammer right now. What he committed there was against the law, prescribes punitive measures. So if you are geared up and I know it's late, you could pull that section up right now and put it on the screen. So we don't need new laws. We need the ones who have them enforced. So Dele Farotimi was very, very emphatic on that. He underlines it in his speech that if you go to another election, it has to be transmitted from the polling unit to the IREV so that we could see it in real time. So that's what I have to say about that. And I'm used to, Omoy, I'm used to when I go to a platform, people trying to disrespect me, make me go out of my way, right? I welcome it. I do it all the time. I don't get along with any of these Nigerian platforms because they want to be the determiner of the truth because they have the button. Something I could do as a panelist, I could just shut you off now by kicking this thing off, turning it off from here, and I'll be gone from here. So, and I'm sure you know that. You see me. I was at Niger Watch not ago, a couple of times this week. I was at Dr. Damages. But there's something I do all the time, is I tell the truth. People, maybe they look at the way I'm speaking or the grammar and all that stuff. No, but instead of looking at the sense, I happen to have both, grammar and sense. So I want to say I've always been profusive when I'm praising you. I guess you take it for granted. Everybody says that. Try to be nice. But in my case, I really mean it. One of the things I say about you, I see this back. So I would repeat what I said in your absence, just in case you weren't listening. I said that.
I was hearing you.
You heard me. So in conclusion, OC, I'm saying that when somebody gets the aura, the beauty and aura, these diabolos, these enemies of unity, they want to make me out to be a boogeyman. So when I come in, then you could start from where they stopped and insult me. It's a waste of time because I'm not giving my opinion, I'm telling the truth. Unless you disagree with the truth. Unless you cannot say in one sentence, oh, Peter Obi is my principal, he's good and this and that. And then you have somebody out there talking nonsense every day, abusing him, insulting him, right? And then if somebody comes to his defense, he say, oh, but he's probably doing it because he's his tribesman. Kenneth Okonkwo is an Igbo man. I don't think he's going to be better than Peter Obi as a performing president. No, I don't think so. Madam Ezekwesili is an Igbo woman, and you know how much respect I have for women. I wish I could push a button, and Madam Ezekwesili will be president. Of course, she'll be the best. But there are a lot of things that they haven't done. They haven't gone to be a governor, so we can see how you govern, or how you handle the state's resources, how you cut down the size of government, how you do on education, how you do when you leave. Do you have yourself being paid all kinds of emoluments and salaries? So there are a lot of things that are built into that world of trust that PTB has already garnered, and that's what I'm saying. You could then work in the cabinet and then establish some more benefits after that. Thank you very much, Omoye, for indulging. We love each other aside from the fight, so I know that you take your politics seriously. So I'm not holding it personally against you. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing to hold personally. I mean, like I said, tonight is your lucky night. I'm not even in the mood for back and forth. You know, but I mean, your points are noted. I'm sure people are listening, and there are people who agree with what you're saying and are nodding, right? But you know, we are all not the same. That's just one thing, and we don't see things the same way. Sometimes we mean the same things, but we come from different points of view. Sid, my brother, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, I just want to say that I've always been in platforms. It's just that I just took a break from a lot of things because at the end of the day, you know, like I said, I see it as a three-pronged approach. I don't see the situation as a one size fits all, and that's sometimes the mistake a lot of people make. All right, so there must be a multiple, because we are dealing with a multi-hydred monster, and if we are dealing with such kind of system, you have to have multi-pronged approach to dealing with it. And I think sometimes we get sucked into personality clashes, especially on these platforms, and sometimes it just for me it just drains it. And then also, look, we must allow the platform, because the truth is this: 2023 election created an emergence of a different kind of media, all right, that was out of the mainstream media, and that has really exposed a lot of things that used to go on the ground. People became, you know, politically aware, socially aware, especially in the country, and that has, if you notice, in the past 2 years, it has really created a shift. And it is because of that an individual like Itobi can have that kind of followership, and still has that sustained followership, which is organic and which they try to stop. And so what Felix Moka did was to say, look, we're going to keep putting this stress on your organic followership, but the stress will be on the political leverage he can have. That's why you see most people are avoiding him. If you notice, even the first person they attacked was Dati. They attacked his university immediately.
Yeah.
And that's really quieting Dati. And not that Dati is scared and all that. I think it was an approach by P2B, because P2B is somebody that cares for other people. If you look at his mannerisms, behavior, so he must have said, look, that just allow this for me. I can sustain it. I can hold it on. Just make sure that you just concentrate on university and your businesses. Don't worry. Let me be the face. Let me be the problem. Let me take it on the chin. So there are a lot of things that, you know, people don't communicate, and people will say, oh, but why don't they stand? Why don't they stand? The truth is that most of those people are feeding many people. Most of those businesses are feeding many people. They have to, if they close down those businesses, it means more people are in poverty. So sometimes it's the intelligent approach that they are using. However, on the ground, there's a momentum building. Like I've said, it's just that they need to deal with those knotty issues. The North wants a Southerner that is different to run for his term, and then will they allow him to run 2 terms? Will they be able to allow that kind of negotiation? That is a question for the North to answer. Or they want to suffer another 4 years, just hold their breath for 4 years, then they will now have their chance at the end of T-Pain's regime. So these are the real questions that are going on, the real negotiations going on, battling with the ambition of Atiku. Atiku has an ambition. He doesn't want to let down that ambition. So these are the real issues. Will they come together and say, for the sake of, the common Nigerians? And I can tell you, the likes of Atiku and all those people, they don't really care about the common Nigerians. They don't really bother about it. It's about their ambitions. Unfortunately, it looks as if you care, but no, it's about the ambition. And so it's a very, very difficult thing. Like I said, if we can approach it, nobody is talking about, the Supreme Court that has brought judgment. I've always said it in every platform. Go back to that judgment. That judgment has told us everything that we need to know. That IREF does not mean anything. It means nothing. I don't know why it's not even in the electoral reforms. It's just a guideline. It's just in the guideline space. And so guideline is at the discretion of INEC. So we already have known that. So anybody still waiting for IREF and all that, it's not going to happen. We have gone back to the ages of manual. We have gone back to manual things. And that's how elections will be rigged. So we have to push that those things in the guideline become very strong in the law, the electoral law. We have to push it into the electoral law. And that must be done. Not all these things we are chasing, fighting, who is supporting P2B, who is not. Those things are irrelevant. Actually, that's what T-Pain wants us to do. Even if you notice the Ohaneze elections, that Ohaneze election, T-Pain's hand is behind it, is around it, because he wants to break through that gridlock of Ohaneze. He doesn't want. So there are so many things that we are not even looking at. We are dealing with an astute politician, somebody that is going to find a way to hold economic power, political power, and all the structures within him. He understands it. He's done it in Lagos. If he holds all that, you can imagine he's breaking the biggest billionaire in the north, Dangote. Is breaking him to shreds. You must understand who we are dealing with. You get me? Nigerians have not understood yet. The problem is that by the time we want to wake up in 2026, it's too late, unfortunately. So this is a time for Nigerians to say, you know what? Just like the people in Kenya did when they wanted to remove Arab Moor, they created what's called the Orange Revolution. You create a revolution. You create a political revolution that will operate on three ways. Yes, the leader has his personality. He's not that kind of person that will be gra-gra. And that's, you can't, if you start making it to be gra-gra, he will lose many followers, because that's not why the followers have gravitated towards him. But he has there are other avenues that aspect can begin to push. There are other avenues that aspect can begin to push, as you say. And the reason why Obi can still stand is because, and why they fear Obi is because the obedience are radicals. They've not allowed anybody to push them out of the social media space. They've owned that space. And owning that space has really given Obi a voice. Don't you think that Tinubu wants to own the space? He wants to own that space. But it's a very hard space to own. And Tinubu knows if he shuts down that space, it also affects him. Because he's a politician that understands media. He's a media mongo. He owns a media space, so he understands it. So what I want to say is that everybody, like what you said, those that don't feel that 2027 can hope, that's a fair, you can't begrudge them.
Okay. I agree with you that Itobi is people like him for who he is and all of that. But at the same time, people want him to step it up, which he's already doing. And I like him that part of him. He doesn't have to be outrageous. We get the message. Can you hear us? See, can you hear? Were you talking? We didn't hear you for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's that connection issue.
Yeah, your connection. But you made very great points. But again, like I said, I'm liking the version of Peter Obi that I've seen. He doesn't have to be outrageously aggressive as he should, like an Ahmed Dati, for instance, because that's not his nature. We get it. But this one that he's doing in his own way, totally welcome. I like this part. This is what he's doing right now because he's pushing their buttons, And we all saw the reaction when he said what he said, and everybody, and this stupid guy came on national TV and was trying to, gaslight Nigerians and talk rubbish. And look at how Nigerians all stood up and say, you try it, Omo. You will just quickly hasten the manage that we are managing this country for you. They know. That's why they can't even touch it on because they know that they can't. So again, it's not about even candidates right now, to be honest. It's about putting the necessary things in place for if there's going to be an election in 2027, so it doesn't turn out the way it did in 2023. That's all I care about. There's no need for us to be talking about candidates now. From 2027, there's nothing in place, no structure in place, nothing has been fixed. It's back to square one again. Who has the time to spend another 4 years in squalor? Who has the time? The young people that are growing up now, the kind of education that they're having in Nigeria is nothing to write home about. You can't even tell you're talking to someone who's supposed to be a graduate. It doesn't even sound like a graduate anymore. It's very sad. So what? The deterioration of Nigeria. So we should really the attention now should be more on the structures. We got to put the necessary structures in place. That's what people should be focusing their energy on right now. Not about the candidates. Candidates will sort themselves out come 2027. We will all know who's coming out to contest, and everybody will take a side. But until then, there's no time for playing. This is the time for action. Before you know what's happening is 2027. We're already in 2025. How long? We're already in January? In another year or so, we're already in 2027. So what are we talking about? So everybody needs to get busy and really, really put in the work and have plan A, B, C. Be ready to go all out because what it is right now, yes, it looks a mess, and the person there doesn't have a clue what he's doing. He doesn't care. He's willing to remain there. So you have to make it clear to him. He has to feel and be really afraid of the people. That man needs to experience what fear is. Yeah, I don't think, and people like that are usually the weakest. So if you meet them one-on-one and you walk up to them and really you go see they will almost feel like disappearing because they don't have guts. They don't. It's the money and all the people they paid, all their goons that's giving them the power. Take those things away, they are nothing they do. So my people, I don't talk rich. If I go rest for the night. Mr. Pansa, thank you all for coming up. It's been real. I think we shake hands today. No quarrel, no fight. This has been a good one. Thank you for your submission. See, though, I think he's back just right on time.
Plus, it'd be nice to have me have a closing comment here, Amoye, because I believe that what
let's see finish up. He came back. Sorry. See,
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had a network problem.
Yeah.
So I've even forgotten where I stopped. So like what I was saying initially was about like we must approach the Nigerian issue with different approaches, and we should also know that some people may not want to be invested emotionally because it takes a lot. Elections is an emotional investment. All right, so somebody may like you don't want to be invested emotionally because look, naturally it's going to be rigged. But I think we should also give chance to people that can look at it politically through every way possible so that we can push back. If we cannot push back as a people, then that means we are conquered. It's just like what's happening in Lagos. Lagos is like this because they sat down. They sat down for 20 something years and allowed the man to basically put them as slaves. And nobody could open their mouth. Nobody, because majority of people were enjoying it. And when you tell people, they say, well, it's okay, he's doing this, he's doing this. But they didn't know that, you know what? He has gradually enslaved them. He has gradually enslaved even the so-called families that were in Lagos, the so-called, they are all slaves now. That's why he can tell you that no, this time around, it is his turn to rule Nigeria. And he will rule Nigeria from every place. He will put whoever he wants, including his son. And if his other son wants to be a senator, his other son will be a senator. That's what is going to be happening. Because he feels that this is his time, while he's still alive, while he's president, why won't he make his son governor? Why will he not make it? He has made other people governor, so why won't he make his son governor? So, but this is because the Lagos people have allowed it. And kudos to them, they resisted it in 2023, which shocked his system. And he had to come out forcefully to retain that governorship because he knew that immediately he loses that governorship, he will be exposed, And we're not saying that he's too powerful, that he cannot be broken down, but it must have to be a collective effort. The people working in the diaspora should ensure that he cannot clean his image, should ensure that that image cannot be clean, because we need to use it. What are the legal implications if it is presented before the 2027 election? That's why he needs to clean it. Because in the 2027 elections, okay, now the real facts will have to be, they've already gotten those real facts. So what can Atiku do with that? Because first of all, there will be pre-election, which is primaries election. Basically, APC will just return him as unopposed candidate. But the question is, within the APC, will there be elements? And that is how this fight must be. Will there be elements in the APC that will say, especially northern elements, that will say, you know what, we will resist this thing here. And how will we resist it? We will take him to court and say, he is a drug dealer. He has forged his certificate. These are the documents showing he has forged certificate. So that battle has to be ongoing. We have to create those, there must be bottlenecks. There must be bottlenecks. Because why it was not easy to go but it came to the courts very late. And like I said, all these people have been aware of the shenanigans he has been doing. They were aware of all this, but they didn't bring it to the place when it mattered most. By the time it came to the courts, it was over. In the Supreme Court, you can't start bringing new evidence. Now, before 2027, they must find the legal way to make sure that the evidence comes in even before he attempts the election. These are the things we must be thinking of different ways. And like I was saying, him is already fingering every part. He has fingered Ohaneze. Ohaneze is in confusion. If you notice, Peter Obi is distancing himself from Labour Party because Labour Party is in comatose. It's not existent anymore. He has basically taken over the Labour Party. So Obi has to now, is either you find a new political alignment, a new political umbrella to forge his political aspirations, because without a party, you can't vote for Peter Obi. So those are the questions. He's trying to hijack Afenifere. The one of the Ijaw National, that one he has already is decimated. The traditional rulers are in his pocket. So this is something where we have to see that we are really submerged as a people, but we have to try and fight back through every possible. It's like what when the Vietnamese were fighting the US. It's like guerrilla warfare. So you may not be strong physically, but you have to have different tactics of evasion and trying to make sure that they cannot overwhelm that system. And I think for them in the APC and for Tinubu, his greatest problem is the obedience. His greatest problem is all these networks like Omoye's Corner, Niger Watch, whatever. Those things are creating problem because we are going against the grain. We are countering the information, and that is the way to sustain pressure. Because if not, it would have been one information. All the networks will be preaching one message. I remember during the time of Abacha, all the 5 political parties, they started saying, who does the cap fit Abacha? Who does the cap fit Abacha? Everybody endorsed him. And that's the same mantra this man wants. He wants every look at Obabuna, the owner of Arise. Look at what's happened to him. They want to bankrupt him. They want because they need everybody in Arise to fall into line.
Yes.
That's just it. And that's why the man even shamelessly, and I won't blame him because he's feeding many families. Their jobs are on the line. It's not about Obabana. Obabana can afford to stay bankrupt and carry his leftover money and say he will still enjoy. But they want to drown it because and that is the problem with the Nigerian state. And that's why investors don't come, because investors cannot come into a space where you can't have proper justice. The justice system is corrupt to the core. So if you put your business there and somebody doesn't like your face, overnight your business will just dry up. No joke. So who wants to do that? They will dry up the business. That's what happened to Bala, in the northern boy that had to shift. Why? Because he was running a massive aviation school that was covering the whole of West Africa. Who is in charge of ECOWAS? Is T-Pain. So he will attack it and the business will collapse. They don't care. If they can attack what's his name? Dangote. Who is it that he cannot attack your business and everything? The saving grace of Obi is that most of his assets are not in Nigeria. Most of his assets cannot be touched. The only one they are touching is the one here. All right? The one they are touching is this one here. And is buying and selling, basically importation of things. But the ones outside, they can't access it. If not, he would have thanked him since. So these are the realities. And look at Arise. They gave him Man of the Year. They even put it on the because Man of the Year. Even when they know it did not make sense. That's the most award that did not make sense. They still gave him, but yet he's vindictive on them. Because he feels that if you look at the ratings, before the ratings, TVC was getting very high before he became president. TVC political, there's one thing they used to have. There's a political program they used to have where they had Babajide and the rest. So they used to have a political program. It was well viewed. A lot of people were viewing it because these guys were journalist hangout. We call it journalist hangout. That was very massive pool. It was creating massive pool with their program that the other ladies do, the View or something. But Arise basically took over the morning show, even from channels, even from Arise took over because they had different kind of authentic voices. They had authentic voices like Orji, like Rufai and all that, like we know them. And the way Rufai was coming, he was gathering serious momentum. And in short, APC was afraid to come to any place that Rufai is having that show. They don't like attending it because he was just giving it as it is. But now they're in power. What do you expect? They want everybody to fall into line. They want either you take out Rufai, let him not come there, or we close people down. And the man is battling for his company that he has sweat. A company he he helped to bring in a lot of kids from the diaspora to come and come and do. And if you look at it, all his reporters, they say it as it is because their training is different, but they want his business out. So these are the things we are looking at. So it's not a battle between Omoye and Pansat and damages. Those things are, for me, they are very irrelevant. That's not our issue. We should not even come down to that level. That's what they want us to do. We should focus on electoral reforms, people that want to focus on opposing the government at all times, supporting the person that is the clearest opposition. Because as it stands now, till 2027, there's nobody that can build that momentum that Obi will have. Nobody. There's nobody that has that gravitas. Nobody has that street credibility. There's nobody. It's when he moves, maybe people like OT. OT is localized. OT is in Abia State. It's localized, and even OT, they are coming for his seat. They are saying that they're going to write elections. Nothing will happen, except the Abia people say no. So even OT knows that he's under pressure because OT does not have a party. Labour Party has been dismantled. These are the issues. So the issue we should start thinking of, how do we create a platform? What political party is he going to run under if he will run? How can we overwhelm the system? How can we create a coalition? People talk of MAGA. MAGA alone did not win elections in US. MAGA was a coalition, a central coalition. He had to bring in people that were not in the mainstream. He had to bring in the Kennedys. He had to bring in the other lady from that was in the Democratic Party. If you see the MAGA coalition, it was not just Republicans. It was independents, Democrats, and Republican MAGA. Then they took over America. They knew that they have won the election because they have got a consensus, a coalition. Even if you don't like your face, but we have a common enemy here. We need to reestablish common sense, and that's what happened. So sometimes elections are like that, and there's no Puritan. Yes, you have the purists, the ideologists, but sometimes, even if you look at the statement of Dele Farotimi, even when he was being pressurized by the radical group, which he subscribes to too, he loves Sowore and all that, but he told Sowore, it's not possible. Common sense makes it that we need to coalesce here. If we need to drive this thing, we need to coalesce. And that's why somebody like me, I love Sowore, but I cannot support it because it's on one extreme. He needs to come into that umbrella and say, okay, for the good of the majority of Nigerians, there's no perfect person, even him. Can we come around this person, use Sahara reporters, use everything, use all we can, so that we can push the right narrative than to be on our own independent thing. So these are the things I wanted to really, come across so that we don't waste our time, talking on things that are irrelevant. We should be talking of how do we start making these real changes. We don't have time. The National Assembly is against us. If we have to put laws, if you don't put a law now, by the time you put it, they'll tell you it's time bad. There's no time for it. We're actually 18 months behind schedule.
Exactly.
They will tell, do you think Akpabio will allow that? So we need to put all the kind of pressure.
Exactly.
The same pressure we mounted on Akpabio to apologize. That's the kind of pressure Nigerians must create on the National Assembly. Real pressure that we need to change this thing. If not, we are boycotting anything. We create boycotts. What happened in India by Gandhi was a peaceful boycott. He said, no, we are not going to fight, but we are going to down the tools from airport down the tools. 1 week. that we need reforms. If not, nobody goes to work. Parastatals close, teachers close, uni close, airport close. We need change. That's if not all these things we are saying, they work. I can tell you it's not working. He wants us to keep talking and oh, this one I don't like Passat doesn't like Omoye. Well, who cares about that? That's not the real issue. The real issue is that there's slavery going on. There's slavery. The poverty is intense. We're all feeling it. There's nobody in the diaspora that say is not feeling it. You have uncles, brothers, sisters, cousins. When they call you and saying they have not eaten for some days, won't your heart move? You try and give them something. That means you work more shifts than normal. So there's impact everywhere. There's impact everywhere. So Nigerians must now decide to say, you know what? Can we create a momentum that we push the national assembly to say there must be electoral reforms? If not, nothing happens. And don't think that Tinubu doesn't know that the North is against it. 1 year to 2027 is going to remove Mahmoud and put the man he wants. That's going to happen.
Bam.
Mahmoud is just there he doesn't want to upset the North so much. 1 year to the D-Day, Mahmoud will say step down, life. Step down. He will put a Yoruba Ronu there. And nobody will cough. Nobody. So until we start realizing that what we are facing is bigger than all these small things we are worrying ourselves about. You know, we are worrying ourselves about so many things that we shouldn't be worried ourselves about. It's at this time and that's why I congratulate Obi, because what he has, you know, my natural self would have told Obi, you know what? Nigerians don't deserve you. Nigerians don't care. If they really care, they will come out and fight. They will come out and stand. They will come out and protest. They will come out and down tools. But they don't really bother. They like the suffering. They like the oppression. So you know what? Go and enjoy your family. Take your children out of the whole space. Let your children have grandkids for you. Enjoy. Your wife wants to enjoy the money. You don't have any stress. People you can help them. Do you know that Peter Obi does a lot of businesses with northern farmers? Many people don't know that. He does a lot of massive businesses, supports many northern cooperatives as they begin to, you know, they were producing their grains. He was doing a lot of that. And those called northern businessmen, they know it. But you see, they use their northern religious politics. Oh, we don't want Igbo man, but he wants his business. He wants his business acumen. Even the Zamfara guy, when the Zamfara guy said, "Oh, my boss," didn't they call him to? They called him to order. They called him straight to order.
When he went to Tinubu and went to kneel down, isn't that guy?
You have to kneel down now. You have to kiss the ring. You have to kiss the ring. If not, they will hit him straight. Yeah. You have to do it publicly and kiss the ring and all that. If not, Zamfara will be in crisis. But the man knew that Peter Obi is saying the truth, and we need to open our farming. We need to produce so that we can export. We can export. We can get, you know, the man was trying to get loans to bring in tractors to start Zamfara, because at least he has some sense. We need to farm. He
brought in those machinery.
Yeah, he brought in those machinery, you know, but that's why I said the president must have given him a threat that if you don't do this, I stop this.
Yeah.
You think you can so these are the things that we are talking about. So for me, I feel that you keep doing what you're doing. Pansat, keep doing what you're doing, because everybody's discussion is important. But more importantly, I think we need, for me, the obedience movement must think beyond itself. Peter Obi will do what he needs to do himself. Because, okay, let's say, for instance, people say, okay, there's no election, so, okay, if Peter Obi say, you know what, since the situation is like this, I'm not running for election, what happens? Tell me what happens.
Exactly.
We'll have it will be unopposed, is it not?
Yeah.
So necessity and history and the situation is laid upon Peter Obi to run. He cannot. It is his destiny. Unfortunately, he can. There are many. It's just like when people say, "Why will Peter Obi go to the courts?" It is necessity. It's laid on him to finish that process, so that we can all see it for ourselves. So that now he has exposed us. He has exposed. I told us that Peter Obi exposed everybody. He exposed the Nigerian citizen. That the Nigerian citizen is docile. That the Nigerian citizen doesn't know what he wants. That the Nigerian citizen is everywhere belle face. You know, when we used to play football as children in the streets, you know, when the ball goes there, everybody will run there. When the ball floats here, everybody. There are some balls that they use those balls in the beach. You know, they don't have weight. Once the ball go here, all the kids will run to where the ball is. It's when you start maturing, you start understanding the game. Oh, there is defender, striker can run for that one. This person, this is your position. But when we are small children, you play the ball here, we'll all go. And then we'll see one big brother. He'll say, I'll play with 10 of you. I'll play with 10 of you. And 10 of us, we think that we'll outwit him. You know, no. He'll just do like this. All of us will run that side. He knows that the ball will come and meet him here. So that's what they are doing with us. He has exposed that the Nigerian citizen is emotionally bankrupt. Yes. Unfortunately, the Nigerian citizen is emotionally bankrupt. And we must now rebuild ourselves to really fight this thing. If not, if he decides now and say, okay, you know what, for the sake of my family and myself, I will not be contesting the election. What will Nigerians do?
Bam.
What will you do? What will be the situation? All this talk, okay, he will not be in the news again. What's the talk? We enjoy the Tinubu now, so nobody should make noise. So for me, I don't usually blame him, because if he tells you the risk he's taking to do that, if he was my father or if he was my uncle, I'll say, uncle, why now? Why did they do like this? Just leave these people. Let's enjoy what God has blessed you with. You are not going to suffer.
In the last media chat, did you hear him say that if he tells us, if he tells people what he goes through, people don't talk to him, people avoid him. People that he used to know, they avoid him, they don't talk to him because they're afraid of the government of the day. If that does not scare anybody, this is where I'm like, the foundation needs to be laid now. Like you said, we're 18 months late. 2027, look at you, look at 2027. It's here already. What are the plans?
It's here already now.
What is going on? What are people put in place? Because one person cannot do it all.
Yeah.
Are we going to come back here again and be talking, speaking English? It's not English that
because what people are waiting for is, oh, Peter Obi is going to call us out, we'll march out, we'll do this. Yes, that's fine. When he calls us out, yeah, there must be, okay, what's happening state by state? How will we ensure that, forget IREV, let's leave, throw it away. Why are people taking off that? Throw IREV away. The system is what it is. The system is, we are going to write results and we're going to call that result. So the question is, who are the people that can influence on that level? Because everybody has level of influence, circle of influence. There are people that can influence where you cannot see. So when Showore is shouting, oh, why will he go and see? Well, I'm not a proponent of their Bachas and the Babangidas and the Abdul Salamis, all the generals, you know. I don't regard them for anything, but he needs to go and talk with them, because they have level of influence that you cannot believe. Unfortunately, they have level of influence, and Tinubu knows that. That's why he's surrounding himself with what he's comfortable about. Do you think that Tinubu is not scared? He's a man. He can be scared. He knows that the North does not threaten anyhow. He knows that. You know, he knows that. You get me? But he's not coming to them openly. He's trying to decentralize them somehow. That's what he's just trying to do. But he knows that. He knows that. So, I mean, some of his decentralization, I don't have a problem with it. I'm okay with it. Let him do it. Because the North thought that they were wiser than themselves. Unfortunately, yeah. The North thought that they were smarter than everybody. Now he's teaching them some things. He's teaching them some real things. And except they hold themselves, and what I mean by hold themselves, except 2027 election, they hold. They make through their threats that truly will vote against you. But they have to decide who they want to vote. And that is the problem. Who they want to put behind, most Nigerians will not accept it. Who the North wants to put behind, most Nigerians will not. They know that most Nigerians will not accept it. They want to put Atiku. But they know that most Nigerians will not accept it. And so they are trying to massage Obi to, can you just join Atiku at this moment? But Obi cannot, not because of him, because of his movement. His movement will not accept it. So that's the problem. So at the end of the day, 2027, what I see is that there will be 3 horse race. 3 horse race.
Okay.
And then it's a big problem. It's a big political problem, because then the North is decimated completely, and Tinubu wants that. So the North has to humble themselves at this time. That's just the secret. The solution will be, can the North humble themselves, take a chill pill, and say, you know what, we're going to back that Southeastern man. We're going to back him. We're going to back him because we are sure that 8 years after him, that he will be president.
Yeah.
Just accept it and follow it. Let's sacrifice one extra year. Let's sacrifice 4 extra years of the North. That's all they need to. That thing is the biggest northern problem. They should sacrifice that 4 years of North and give Southeast that extra, and they are sure that they will be on the right path. That even after the 4 years, by the time Obi sets things in motion, they will say, thank God we back that right horse. But if they want to follow their parochial thinking, which they normally fall back to, and say, okay, if we give Obi, we'll be missing 4 years. It's like giving them extra 4 years. Those parochial thinking, if they follow it, it's going to be bad, because after Tinubu finishes, what he will do next? What he will do next? It will shock the whole of the North. It will be shocking. It will be shocking. They think they will give them. Those things. You will see it now. It will be like film. So for me, it's like I said, Nigerians should try their best. We'll push on every front. For me, it's electoral reforms, coalition, and then you try and fight for the best, because if we don't change the electoral reforms, there's no chance. The chances become very slim, very, very slim. So it's a real battle. Let's focus on that, really. So thank you very much, Pansa. Thank you very much, Omoye, for the time to share together.
Honestly, you said it all. There's nothing else to add. You've actually seen, this is what we need to be focusing on. I hope that people are out there and they've heard and they are listening, because we can't afford, there's no room for error right now. Really, there's none. We really need to take this thing seriously. Instead of bantering and fighting over unnecessary things, we need to be putting the necessary pressure right now. Now, not tomorrow, now. And use your social media for good. Use your Twitter pages for good. Use your whatever social media apps you have out there for good. This is the only chance we have. It's even painful that we have to wait till 2027, because people's lives have been, completely decimated. So I beg, let's focus on what is important and leave issues that are not important. I don't care who candidates are come 2027. I'm talking now. What are we fighting for? What are people using there? By the way, I haven't seen Rufai. Rufai traveled. He's not back, or did they remove him from Arise? I'm curious because I haven't seen him. Have they pursued him? Because since they sued Obiagbena, not sue. This sue or the
pressure day now, pressure day. So when there's pressure, they remove you from the firing line. You get it's not that they always take breaks. If you notice, they take leave breaks. Occasionally. Once you see when there was issue between OG and this thing.
I haven't seen OG as well. Yeah.
OG took some break like that so that the tension will reduce. And so when they look at, especially when they know that Rufai is always against the government, they shade them seriously. So sometimes if the person is now facing all these financial thing, government is trying to shut down this day. So what do? They say, okay, Oga, what's the problem? Mr. President, what's the problem? They say, oh, this is the problem, this is the problem, this is the problem, especially this boy. They will now do they may just tell him, look, okay, for the period, just stay outside the limelight. Let's settle these matters first. You can be doing some other kind of jobs, you can be doing some other things. He does other media things, but just take a leave, take a 3 months leave or 2 months leave. They can do like that just to calm down nerves, because it's very bad now. This man has invested money this day and Arise. It's a foremost news media now, So why does he want to shut it down? Because the tendency of he doesn't want any dissenting voice. Anybody that is talking, they should not. And this thing started, during all these when this Mocha guy came and started talking.
Felix Mocha.
Yeah. So and Felix Mocha is APC publicity secretary. So which is very sad that these guys are allowing this kind of. Even Abacha did not get to this level now. Abacha will hound you. Abacha will do all that kind of thing, but he still allowed some of those media guys to do what they want to do, But this is now like military style. This is a military style. You want to shut down publications. You want to show because you feel that they are the Arise news people or the This Day paper, they are a bit hostile to. They are not part of your government and all that. So let's shut them down. So it's quite a sad thing, but I think that maybe they try.
I think he's touching them. This is why they should understand now that all these so-called Nigerian elites, they should understand that their livelihood is in danger. This is why you speak up with evil in the land. Because guess what?
Exactly.
It's touching everybody.
It's touching everybody now.
Crying. The ones the government sugar baby, he's crying. This is what happens when everybody
Dangote
in the
Dangote has been enjoying monopoly
for long.
For long. He did not care about other people until he entered the business of oil.
Exactly.
Before he was doing his own, cement. When he did the cement business, he neutralized.
We used to know a lot of cement sellers then. We used to know a lot of before Dangote came.
We had about almost 5 cement companies. One was at least there's one in River State, Eagle Cement. Eagle Cement was in River State. There was Benue Cement Company in the Middle Belt because they were close to the gypsum belts in Nigeria. There was Enugu. Enugu has gypsum. So in Enugu they had Nigercem in Enugu. So you had various cement companies that were producing cement. So it was not.
There was even one in my own state, in Esaland. There was a cement company. I can't remember.
So there were cement companies that were producing cement. So understand what I'm saying. Most of the cement are now being imported and rebagged.
Mhm.
So there's a different thing now. I'm talking of locally made cement because we have the raw materials. We have gypsum. Gypsum is one of the main raw materials of cement making. And we have gypsies in Enugu, we have gypsies in close to the Middle Belt, Benue, and all that. So after that, then you had importers. Lafarge, Dangote came, bought up a lot of the moribund cement companies that were basically government dried those cement companies up. Because if you don't allow your local manufacturing, you can't have jobs. Because my father worked in one of the cement companies, so that's why I know a lot of this. They now make them lose their job because now you have created you're giving importation license for cement. So the local Baco Super Sack and somebody's like, so the local manufacturing was now heavily affected because if you allow a lot of importation, give license for importation of foreign cement, then your local production goes down. And how you really employ people? How do you have engineers to work there? So you not allow that now. But the problem is that in the importation, you not allow one man monopolize it. We had Ibeto Cement. Ibeto Cement was somebody in the east that owned it, that could do the same thing Dangote is doing. He was neutralized, especially by Obasanjo, because they favored Dangote. So that man's business basically dried out. That man's business, but he had to even move overseas for some of his business assets.
What did the Dangote say anything? Did they come together?
No,
and say,
he was enjoying it now. He was enjoying it. So now he comes into the oil space where he wants to produce that, but the person that is doing his oil business, when they say, oh, subsidy that is read by some cabals, Tinubu is the cabal now since. It's not that they don't, that Tinubu had Owando oil and gas since now. His son is running, one of his sons run that. And
or whatever they call it.
Yeah. And that's why he exposed it now to us that they import the fuel from Malta. You know, because they have a refining system there that imports fuel from Malta, and they are the people getting the subsidy change.
Yeah.
They're the people getting subsidy change. That's why he moves his money in bullion van.
Yeah.
That's why he has stuck money. So what are we saying? We allowed. That's why all these people crying now, I don't blame them. They allowed the monster. They allowed the monster.
Pay attention to them. They allowed it. They turned the other eye. Now it's touching.
They turned the other eye, and and that is what they allowed. And now that monster has festered, and unfortunately, that monster is now the president. And so therefore, we have to eat what we have sown. Whatever you sow, you reap. So there's Dangote is just crying out now, but he has to just go and kiss the ring and do whatever they tell him to do, and then he will have they will give him some leverage so that the thing will not collapse completely. But that's what it's going to be, because it cannot stop them importing their own to Owando. It cannot. Doesn't mean that other people's business will stop, and all the people, the money bags, the people that do the financing, those are the people that you have to watch them. Those people that are the bankers, the money men. Those money men are the people that have enabled most of this rubbish.
Exactly.
People like Elumelu and the Elumelus and all that. They are part of the whole. They are part of the whole network.
They are all part of the problem.
Yeah, they are part of the problem. So the problem is that if you now fall outside the political family, like what has happened to Obebene is wanting to have a very high level media house, but it was easy during the PDP for him because Obebene is part of the PDP elements. But now he's against the APC, so he has taken a political position, and then the thing don't backfire. If it was Atiku now, no, Babeno will not suffer all these things. There's no way he'll suffer it.
Well, it's
So
all
it's very
good for
sad.
them. Let them feel it. No, this is why this lesson is very necessary for a lot of so-called Nigerian elites. When evil thrives and you keep quiet because you are benefiting, the person in power is benefiting you. Just like Tony Elumelu now, he's the fraught because now he's on Tinubu side. Wait a minute.
He's a neighbor to Tinubu. He's Tinubu's neighbor now. On the body law.
It will get to him. It's coming. All these people will cry because they thought that they will be excused in all of this mess. They thought it won't touch them. If they were speaking up when the small man was being trampled upon, they will not get to them. But because they refused to speak yesterday, that's why they are suffering today. Lesson for everybody to take away on this one. Nigeria will happen to everybody that says, oh, turn the left, turn the other side. You know, people concern me. It's not affecting me. It's not my family. It will come. Even no matter how long Tinubu stays, it's not going to be there forever. His time will be up. When it's time in the world, somebody else will take over. And guess what? That person will have rules too. They will have their own systems too. They will break the backs of a lot of people. So I don't understand. If this does not teach people sense to know that, look, we have to come together and fight. Can you imagine if nobody said anything during Dele Farotimi's time in prison? Let's say we just kept quiet and everybody moved on. Nobody knows what would have become of that man.
Yeah.
That man for just
it would have been
for our presence.
Yeah. See,
because everybody was talking, like did not give up. People now went to
and why did people talk? Is because he also cared for the small man. Cared for the small man.
Oh, God bless
all right.
you.
If he did not care for the small man, nobody was I beg Dele na your problem. But because he cared for the small man, people say no, this man that cares for us and says it as it is will also stand out for him. And that's the truth. That's why they know it's also a test water. They are testing many things. That's why they now know that okay, if we touch the big dog, if we go and touch this OP.
So do you know how people were sending threats during this Peter Obi stay when Felix Moka came to run his mouth? If you see the way, hey God, people were sending Moka threats. They send them
threat live and direct. Don't be anything.
They don't already find out where children did. The name of his
man.
The husband.
They will check all this. So
that is people. They're mad now.
So they know that okay, don't touch him now. Just leave him to be himself.
Just leave him. He's testing me. I knew too. I said this delivery to this thing is testing. They want to test the crowd.
You have to test mic now. You have to test the mic first to know whether the mic can sound.
The reaction of Obi supporters. Let's first of all test. Let's take this one that is close to us here. Let's see what happens. Delivery to me that speaks for all of us. Waiting we not fit talk. Where opportunity when we not get to talk, I go talk and wah. He has his own way of saying it. Then you won't come carry like that. When they saw that people were up in arms, what did they do? They had to release him. They don't have a choice. What did the man do?
They don't have choice now.
They don't have choice. This is what all these useless
they don't have choice.
Nigerian elites don't know. It's not concerning. Guess what? Very soon, Lagos will be unlivable for them. Very soon. This is one thing that the is only going to affect a few people. Let them wait and see. Nigeria is sinking right before their eyes and they are not saying anything. They are culpable in all of it.
My own is that's those same elites, those same Elumelu will go and kiss Shehu Tinubu's ring. That boy will be, that boy will be like Al Mustafa. That boy will be like Al Mustafa. He will slap someone. He will slap a traditional ruler one day. People will be surprised.
I want to see him. Do you know what I want?
That guy is the next governor now. Anybody that doesn't like it should pack out.
They should go and
that's what they have just said. If you don't like it, just pack out. Just like
Obasa don't learn now. Should be Obasa they do garage. It is a no go reach it all. It is say e get mouth. They threat that no during the election they threaten Igbo people. You know get who you not threaten. See now, our no come. Okay, he don't call you now. What do you have to say about that? Come now, talk. You understand what I'm saying? This is
My problem is that it shows how limited their thinking is. Your Oga has already informed you people that my son is going to be governor, and you people are still coming out to talk. It doesn't make sense. Your Oga has told you that my son is going to be next governor. All you should do is yes, sir. Finish. Continue. You can't drag out. It's going to be between him and JRV. That's the election there. It's him and JRV.
Oh yeah.
So
and the Igbo blood that they did not want, guess what?
now their wife now. Now their wife.
First lady, Igbo woman.
First lady, what will you do? What will you do to her?
What will you go and touch her now? What touch her? This is the problem. I hope that all these so-called elites in Nigeria are learning. People are doing things are happening. You turn your eye as if it does not concern you. He's touching everybody now. Your sugar baby is crying. In case you have not known, your sugar baby is crying. Dangote is crying. You can't even buy crude oil. They know they said you might import from USA. I don't see my boy. Waiting, I don't see no pick up. All the northerners now cannot come to his help. When you see trampled upon, what did you say? What did you do? Small businesses were disappearing. You were monopolizing. You were enjoying it. You didn't speak up. Even the small one that you spoke up, look at everybody carried his matter and was talking. Everywhere don't quiet. The North, when we get power before, nothing what they do for their people. Look at the number of impoverished, poor, out of school children they have. Now they want to marginalize the school. Does that make any sense?
I know. So sad.
Well, look, I call him a day for you. 5 hours.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you so much. See, it was really nice hearing you again.
You're very good, Sid. And good night, Omo. Yes.
Good night, Mr. Pansa. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your contribution.
Yes, good night, Pansa. Yeah.
Yeah. Mr. C, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You know, you always come with it, and I appreciate you. We don't really hear from you, so it was really nice to hear from you again. So enjoy the rest of your day, everyone. Have a great morning wherever you are, great night wherever you are, afternoon, all of the above. I will see you guys on my next one. Good night. Bye.